Hello, 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 and welcome everyone. IDT syllabus is over. No, yesterday I was not given the lecture only because IDT का full day lecture. थोड़ा सा और बाकी है. So when is that last lecture? Sunday. Shabash. By the way, tell me one thing. Whatever is over, also how much out of that you are aware, or how much out of that you know, or how much out of that you have studied or revised or what. See, look at the front camera. Look at your face. And I must tell you one thing now, ladies and gentlemen. As you are aware, we are done with our syllabus long ago. We are only meeting for time pass. Correct, no? No. We are done with a chapter called return filing. All the details, including the last game played by Auntie, that is updated return. I know that you have not gone through or revised anything, but as a formality, we have to complete the questions, answer whatever you can, and then we go ahead with whatever we are left with. After this, we are left with 2 chapters. We'll complete. So your return filing ka chapter in your textbook is on what page number? 249. And on page number 249, where do you have your first question? Page number 250. Question number 224. Question number 224. Page number 250. Read the question, please. Read the question, please.
Question 222. State whether the following are required to file returns with due dates of filing returns. A. A company having no profits and no loss.
No profit, no loss. Is the company required to file return?
Yes.
Huh? Every company. What will be the due date? See, company can never have July because it always has audit. So you have to, in any case, international tax is not a part of inter-syllabus. So your answer will be 31st October. If you observe ICAI answer, they say 31st October, assuming that there is no international transaction that was undertaken. Correct? Second, part B.
A partnership firm having turnover in course of business in previous year 24-25 assume no international transaction and not opted for presumptive taxation. And entire turnover is in cash.
Okay, fantastic. Partnership firm, first of all, is return filing compulsory? Yes. When? Always. But now due date will depend on turnover. See, if your turnover is 1 crore 75 lakhs, one, it is fully in cash. So tax audit ka 10 crore ka limit is not available. And 2, they have not opted for presumptive. See, if they opt for presumptive, again tax audit is not applicable. But they have not opted for presumptive. It is entirely in cash. That means they have to get an audit done. That means this partnership firm is covered under audit, but second partnership firm is not covered under audit. Return, both of them have to file, but the due date will be different. The first partnership firm, which is covered under audit, the due date is going to be 31st October. And the second partnership firm, which is not covered under audit, the due date will be 31st of July. Fantastic. Next, question number 225, same page.
Mr. X has following losses for the previous year 24-25. House property loss rupees 1 lakh. Business loss rupees 2 lakhs. Unabsorbed depreciation rupees 3 lakhs. Capital loss rupees 4 lakhs. For previous year 23-24, he files his return on 31st December 2025.
Is this return late? Yes, because see, December is after all the 3 due dates, and therefore he is not going to get carry forward of all the losses. Yes or no? No, he will get carry forward of house property loss and unabsorbed depreciation. However, he won't get carry forward of the other losses. 226, next page.
For the previous year 24-25, Mr. X did not file his return in the new year. The assessing officer estimates his income on 1st December 2025.
So when we say estimates his income, this is basically assessing officer has passed his order, and because the order is passed on the basis of estimate, I have taught you the concept of best judgment assessment. Okay, what else?
X proposes to file a belated return on 5th December 2025. Is it possible?
Is it possible? Before December we can file. That's what I'm asking you. On 5th December. What is the last date for belated? 31st December. So can he file belated return on 5th of December? No. Why? Because whichever is earlier, order is passed and therefore it cannot be filed. It is 31st December or passing of order, whichever is earlier. Okay. 227. Don't read the right side. Right side is the answer. Only read the left side of the table.
State whether the following return can be revised. Belated return.
Belated return. Can it be revised? Arre? You file late? Yes. Belated return also can be revised. Second?
Revised return.
Arre, you already revised. Now, how many times you can revise? Unlimited times. Third?
Original return filed with a due date for previous year 24-25. Assessing officer determines income 1st December 25. Assessing wishes to revise return on 15th December 25.
No. Why? Because order is passed. Once again, it is whichever is earlier. Fantastic. Next question is on page number 253.
Question 228. Mr. X, a resident and ordinary resident of India, has gifted a Canadian bonds to his minor son, and the minor son earned rupees 1 lakh interest during the previous year 24-25. Total income of Mr. X during the previous year is 12 lakhs. Discuss the implication of filing of return.
Is Mr. X liable to file return? Yes, his income is 12 lakh. Correct or no? Plus he is ROR having foreign asset. Yes or no? What about the minor child? Minor child also has got interest. So he is beneficiary of that foreign asset. So he also has to file. Yes or no? Normally he has to. But this income is undergoing clubbing, and therefore the income will be taxable for the father. And when the income is going to be clubbed, then beneficiary does not have to file. Then only the beneficial owner, that is Mr. X, is going to be filing the return. Very good. Next. 229 is on what page number? Wait, question 229, page 256.
The due date of filing return, that is 31st July 2025, has expired. Will the individual assessee still be able to file return of income?
After the due date, are you allowed to file return? Yes. What do we call it? Belated return. If we want to file up to December, we can file something called belated return. Achha, by the way, we have scope of filing after that also. That is updated return. But that is extra 27 months. But that comes with a lot of consequences. Correct? Hai? Okay. Question 230.
What are the consequences of belated return?
What problem will you face? What punishments you will have under belated? One, interest will come, fees will come, carry forward of some losses won't be allowed, and some deductions. Which one? 10 AA, Chapter 6A, etc. won't be allowed. 231.
A super senior citizen has income from house property, rupees 3 lakhs, business income deductible under section 10 AA, rupees 2.8 lakhs, chapter 6A deduction rupees 1 lakh. Will he is required to file return?
Let me explain his computation to you. How much is his house property income? 3 lakh. Then he has PGBP income of 2.8 lakh. So his total is 5.8. From this, do you understand? From this 5.8 lakh, he is going to take 10 AA deduction of 2.8. He is going to take chapter 6 a deduction of 1 lakh. Accordingly, his total taxable income is going to be 2 lakh. Deduction of SEZ 2.8 and deduction of chapter 6 है 1 lakh. So 3.8 का deduction against 5.8, and therefore net taxable income is 2 lakh rupees. At 2 lakh rupees and everything is normal rate income, obviously there won't be any tax liability because he is below basic exemption, whether old regime or new regime. Will there be any tax? No. And therefore return filing compulsory. Why? Because we have to see the gross total income, the income before deduction. If that is exceeding basic exemption, then return filing is going to be compulsory. 232.
Mr. Shashank has filed his return on 31st October 2025. Due date being 31st July 2025. It is found later that he has computed his income from capital gains without considering the benefit of indexation. Further, business income has also been computed erroneously. Mr. Shashank is willing to file revised return. However, his consultant is of the view that the same is not possible. We are required to advise, will he be able to revise his return and carry forward losses?
Will he be able to revise his return and carry forward losses? See, he filed his first return on 31st of October. Now he wants to revise. When he will revise, one, he is going to take some indexation under capital gains, and two, he is going to change his business income also. First question is, are you allowed to revise your return? Till which date? 31st December or passing of order, whichever is early. Is that correct? But the original return was filed late. Are you allowed to revise? You will be allowed to revise. Yes, belated return can also be revised. But in this revised return, you won't be allowed to carry forward any loss because your original return was filed late. Listen, if we file original return on time, then we revise it. So we take that date, first date of filing will be taken from the original return. The revised return fully replaces original return except the date of filing. But when the original return itself was late, every time you revise your return, it is still going to be considered as 31st October and it is still a belated return. So you can't carry forward your losses. You can take indexation. You can reduce income. In updated return, so that is also not allowed. You can take indexation. You can take your PGBP deduction. You can reduce your income, but you can't create a loss. Why you can't create a loss? Because your original return was filed late. And in a belated return, you will not get carry forward of losses. All the losses except house property and unabsorbed depreciation. And 233.
Every person required to file return of income on or before due date in the prescribed form and manner as per section 39(1). What is the meaning of due date of filing income tax returns for different categories of assessors as per the section 139(1) of the Income Tax Act 1961?
What is the due date? Any person covered under international tax transfer pricing? 30th of November. Any person not having international tax but having audit? 31st October. And all other people? 31st of. Is that clear, everyone? Well, that was your chapter, return filing, along with its questions. With this, we are left with only 2 chapters. Okay? ए, क्या है? हाँ?
मैंने बोला था सर को कि मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा.
And where were you for the last 3 lectures? What do you mean by not well? तो कोई बात नहीं. Who cares? What have you done in life that you deserve your own care? Today only I read such a bad joke about you. That if a girl called Khushi can't be found, she has disappeared because last 3 lectures you bunked. Can we call it? Sir, can we call it मेरी खुशी का ठिकाना ही नहीं? Don't, but you know what? The only good thing in her life is that, sir, all those who were present. What great thing have they done in life? In case they are asked a few questions from the chapter, return filing, etc., what is their condition? So, what have I missed by not coming to class? Good question. Let's go ahead. Second last chapter, ladies and gentlemen, a chapter called Advanced Tax and Interest. While doing the last chapter, that is return filing, I have explained to you a little about advanced tax when I was explaining the meaning of self-assessment tax. As a taxpayer, we have to go and make payment. We make payment in the assessment year when we finish our calculation, that is called self-assessment tax. But please understand that when you earn income, a portion of your income belongs to the government, that is called tax. Why should the government wait for the full year? Supposingly, I earn any income on 1st April of my previous year. Correct? So certain part of this income should be paid to the government as tax. Now, why do you say that the government will have to wait till your due date of return filing? Means 1st April ka tax, you will be paying almost 1.5 years later. Why should the government wait for so long? They also have their expenses. No? They need regular recovery. Just imagine someone telling you that we will give you salary once in a year. And you have to manage with that full year. It does not work like that. You need regular inflow and outflow. Government therefore wants from you something called advanced tax. That is the first part of the chapter. And in case there is any violation, I'll tell you about 3 types of violation because there are 3 interests that are in your syllabus. Interest under 234A, B and C. If you file your return late, that is you miss John, then there is 234A interest. If you don't pay advance tax during the year, that is failure to pay advance tax, that is interest under 234B. And then there are 4 due dates of paying advance tax. If you have missed your due date, even if you have paid, see, if you have paid, then this will not come. But still you have missed the due date. I spoke about those due dates while explaining self-assessment tax. Then for missing your due date, there will be interest under 234C. In other words, A is related to return filing and B and C are related to payment of advance tax. These are the three interests. So obviously return filing का rule we are aware, so we can actually learn the interest now. But advance tax का payment rule we are not aware in detail. So we can't learn 234B and C in detail right now. What we do is split the chapter into two parts. We first learn the first part of the chapter, that is advance tax. Once we know the duties at the end of this part of the chapter, we know the duties of return filing and we also know the duties of payment of advance tax. Correct? Eh? Now we will be able to go and learn all the three interests, 234A, B and C. So our first focus is going to be learning of advance tax. At least this much I had explained to you, that what is advance tax? Any tax that is paid during the previous year. When we say during the previous year, it can be up to 31st of March also. Any tax paid during the previous year which can be up to 31st of March also will be considered as advance tax, because once we pay any tax after the previous year, that is in the assessment year or later, then that tax will be considered as self-assessment tax. Advance tax means any tax paid during the previous year, while the last due date of advance tax is 15th March. Yes, you miss 15th March, yes, you will be liable for this interest, that is 234C. 234C, but you will still be able to save 234B, because have you paid advance tax? You paid late, but have you paid it? So you won't be having 234B. You should understand the difference between B and C right now only. If you don't pay only, then it will be 234B. But if you pay late, then you will have 234C. So please understand, what is the last due date of advance tax? 15th of March. If I pay after 15th but before 31st, is it still considered as advance tax? So have I paid advance tax? So I save 234B. I don't pay 234B because I have paid advance tax. But have I still disrespected the due date? So I will pay interest under 234C. So non-payment of advance tax is 234B and late payment of advance tax is 234C. And late filing of return, that's different altogether. That is 234A. Return we are aware. Let's learn the rules for payment of advance tax. Advance tax basically means what? In your previous year, within your previous year, on 4 different dates, you will have to pay a little bit in the form of advance. See, I am going to come to know my total income and tax liability only when I reach somewhere over here, because my PY is over. Now I can sit and calculate. So my real total income and tax I will come to know only in my AY. When this date comes, now first due date being 15th of June, you realize this is too early in the year. What is the first due date of advance tax? 15th of June. Don't you think it is too early during the year? I am never going to on this date know. I am never going to on this date know what my total income or tax during the year is going to be. Do you agree with that? So what I will do is I will only estimate that from this date to this date, what will be my total income, which will give me my estimated total income for the year. It will give me my estimated total tax for the year. And on that estimate, I have to just pay a small percentage as advance tax year. And this activity, I have to do this 4 times during the year. See, whatever I pay or whatever be my mental calculation, ultimately I have just randomly made one installment payment. Whether that installment is correct, not correct, all that I will come to know only and only once I am in my assessment year. Because this is when I will come to know my actual tax. This is when I will come to know that if this is my actual tax, I should have paid a certain percentage on these due dates. But when on these due dates, please pay careful attention everyone. When on these due dates, I have got no idea because I cannot predict the future. So it is possible that on the actual due date of advance tax, I have paid a little less than what I should have paid. You will be shocked to hear this, ladies and gentlemen. You will be surprised to hear this. But yes, it is true. If I pay anything less, if there is a shortfall, I will be liable for interest. Unfair in a very big manner, because liability I come to know here. Due date comes here. Whether there is a shortfall or no shortfall, that also I will come to know only when I do this calculation. So on this date, I have no bloody idea. But there can be a shortfall because my estimate was wrong and I do my real calculation here. I will be liable for interest on that shortfall. Shocking, surprising, unfair, but true. Incorrect estimate, incorrect prediction of my ultimate tax liability resulting in short payment of advance tax will attract 234C interest. Feels unfair? But there is a counter argument to this. Sir, if we don't levy interest on the shortfall, then everyone will underestimate their own tax liability. Your tax is supposed to be 1 lakh, you will estimate 100 rupees and pay only percentage of 100. Then end of the year when this debt comes, you will say, oh sir, okay, no problem, I will pay the difference now. Ultimately, you have to pay. But purposely, you will estimate less. So we have to penalize you. Basically, their suggestion is what, if you estimate your tax to be 1 lakh, you pay assuming 2 lakh. You overestimate your ultimate tax and pay extra. Because whatever you pay extra is not going to go away, no. Whenever we calculate your tax liability, whether you have paid more or less, we give you credit. If you have paid less, then we bring self-assessment tax. If you have paid more, we do have the concept of giving you refund. So if you pay more, don't worry. The money will come back to you. But please make sure that you purposely don't estimate less. Because if you estimate less purposely, then we have to protect ourselves by levying interest. You understood? Yes, you heard it right, and I say it one more time. And now you understand the other side also. Yes, a wrong estimate will be subjected to interest. So this chapter is going to teach us who is supposed to pay advance tax. These due dates, while explaining self-assessment tax, I gave you a rough idea, but properly we will write them. And on respective due dates, how much advance tax I have to pay. Very small chapter. In CA final, this chapter gets over in 20 minutes. CA final. But then one more thing is that they have some experience of office also. They have some experience of real life advance tax payments by their clients. So client ka due date is coming, 15 June is coming. From 10 June we start following up, sir, advance tax installment is coming. Please pay, otherwise interest will come. 234C. So we make them pay. There is a process of making payment because they have some of that experience. It becomes a little easy. You are learning it first time, but I'll make sure that it becomes easy for you also. Let's start from the very basic. First question is, who is supposed to pay advance tax? Who is supposed to pay advance tax? That means, can I say, basically, if I come here, then only these due dates are applicable. Otherwise, I will directly pay self-assessment tax only. Who is supposed to pay advance tax? For example, a CA article. Are you supposed to pay advance tax? You are saying no. Now, let me show you the law. The law says all assessees have to pay advance tax. The law says all assessees have to pay advance tax. Only one exception. Only one exception is not a CA article, obviously. Any person who is 60 years and above, that is a senior citizen will be granted immunity from payment of advance tax. Senior citizen. Any CA article who is senior citizen? There may be, but senior citizen grants immunity. So none of you all are senior citizen. You don't have that immunity. Immunity is only for senior citizen. But one thing we have studied by now in the income tax law, that wherever income tax law grants any favor to senior citizen, it always comes with a rule that it has to be not a senior citizen but resident. And when we put the plus sign, it simply means that they are cumulative conditions. You have to be resident and senior citizen. Resident and senior citizen. This reminds me of that web series on Amazon Mini TV. Amazon Mini TV is a free platform. So not Jamna Par, that other web series, which always shows failure in CA. Jamna Par actually shows the real CA course where that guy was rank holder. In that web series, Jamna Par, that guy got All India rank 5 at CA final exam. But still his life was filled with struggle because of some unprofessional things that he did after qualification. You know that your professional rules and regulations don't get over the moment you clear CA. You have to be more careful, more vigilant in your day-to-day life after becoming CA because now your signature has value. Don't sign randomly at any place. Don't write love letters starting with to whomsoever it may concern. Depth dekh. You be very careful. Your sign is precious. Use it very preciously. There was this other web series. CA failed. Half CA. In that, there is this guy who is giving attempt after attempt after attempt. But exam mein he is failing. But practically he is very sharp. And income tax ka practical case study they gave, there is this old uncle who comes to him crying. Bola, they are leaving this much penalty liability on me. And in that scene, this guy, the lead actor, who is that failure CA, he says, "Arey uncle, आपको 207 लगा है." Go check that web series now. 207 is basically, uncle, you have not paid advance tax and they have levied interest of non-payment of advance tax. No problem, uncle, I will win this case for you. And he actually wins the case because uncle was not liable to pay advance tax. Uncle was a resident senior citizen. You understood? With one condition, that this senior citizen, go check that scene. He is asking that uncle, or koi income nahi. That uncle had some, I think, share trading income or something. He does not have any other income. Because if uncle has business income, that means he is using his brain for day-to-day income. And if you can use brain for day-to-day income, then use brain to estimate your tax also. Simple, eh? See, senior citizen, we don't want you to put pressure on your brain. No. What is advance tax? On 15th June, I have to estimate the rest of the year. It will put pressure on my brain. So we don't want senior citizen to take that pressure. But if you are taking the pressure of doing business, then also take the pressure of paying advance tax. Story over, bro. So there are 3 conditions to get immunity from advance tax. 3 conditions are, ladies and gentlemen, what? Resident, senior citizen, not having business. If you have business, you are liable to pay advance. Resident, senior citizen, not having business. Other than this, all assessees, whether individual, HUF, company, firm, LLP, OP, everyone has to pay advance tax. You and me, none of us are senior citizen. Anybody who is senior citizen here? तू ही नहीं, you know, you may be high sometimes. हाँ sir, 1947 में I was with Jawaharlal Nehru ji. You may be in that zone also. नहीं? I hope that because it is a very auspicious day today, I hope you have not consumed the prasad before coming to class. Today is Mahashivratri now. No, today also you are allowed. The moment I say allowed, the excitement, look at them. Sir, so can you arrange for us, sir? We will have it in the break. You have break, no? You have one more lecture after me. So you have break of half an hour. You can consume at that time. Fantastic. I am not going to courier it to you, of course. Resident, senior citizen, not having business. Are you clear? Fantastic. Now there is a problem. This means that you and me are supposed to pay advance tax. Correct? But look at the faces of you and me together. Where will we pay advance tax, bro? And how will we pay advance tax? For advance tax, we have to first have tax. And for tax, we have to first have fantastic. So, by the way, till now, we don't have immunity. But do you realize it does not make sense? Let's talk about 2 people. One, a CA article and professor. Where income is nil, tax is nil, there is no question of making you pay advance tax. Make sense? Or then, let's not talk about poor people. Let us keep our thinking rich. Supposingly, someone has got crores of rupees of income, lakhs of rupees of tax liability. Supposingly, someone has tax liability of 5 lakh. Matlab, this person must be earning good income. You know, people don't earn income 5 lakh. This person has tax 5 lakh. Good tax, good income, correct or no? Should pay advance tax going by the data given, not a senior citizen. But then this person also has a TDS of 7 lakh. Other people, while making his payments, have deducted TDS, tax at source, 7 lakh rupees. That means the government, on behalf of this assessee, has already received 7 lakh. In fact, this assessee finally becomes a case where he has to receive from the government 2 lakh rupees. Then making such people pay advance tax. I keep in mind 2 people. One, any person who does not have tax liability. That's you and me. And any person who does have tax liability is earning good, but then does not have tax payable. Here is where the difference between liability and payable will help you. Liability is one thing, but there is no payable because I have already paid more. You understood? Such people, those who don't have any liability or those who don't have any payable, rather it's a case of refund. while they don't have this immunity, but you agree that it does not make sense for them to make such people pay advance tax. Correct or no? I'll not lie to you. My tax liability is not zero. I'll be honest with you. You think I am below the basic exemption limit? You don't think also? Never. In the beginning of my career, I used to be, but now I am, of course, not. I fall in tax bracket. Surcharge. May God bless your tongue. It is said that Ma Saraswati sits on your tongue once in a day. I hope it was this time. Say 37% surcharge. Fantastic. Don't say says 4%. That is same for everyone. That is same for everyone. I do fall in tax, but I never have tax payable because all the organizations I work for pay me only 90% of my income. They don't deduct 10% for overacting. That is a separate deduction. 10% is TDS. Effective thing being that the tax liability that is calculated is lower than the tax that government has received because TDS is happening on the total receipts that I am getting. And tax is not on total receipt. From the receipts, I subtract my expenses. I take my chapter 6 deduction. I am in the old regime till now. After taking all the deductions, the tax rate applicable to me is lower. But TDS is higher. So I always claim refund. Every year I get refund from government because my prepaid taxes are higher just in the form of TDS. I don't even have to pay any advance tax. So two people. One, a CA student who does not have any income or tax, and two, a CA professor who does have income, does have tax, but does not have tax payable. Both of them are not immune, but both of them, it does not make sense to make them pay advance tax because whatever we make them pay, we have to refund only. So time has come to immune us from payment of advance tax, which section 208 says. Are you and me supposed to pay advance tax going by section 207? Only and only if अपना final payable, please pay attention, final payable is not my tax liability. Final payable is my tax liability minus my TDS TCS if that is rupees 10,000 or more. So then CA article, liability is only zero. CA professor, liability is there but payable is negative, it's refund. So do we have final payable? Do we have a final payable? Final payable? No. Then we don't have advance tax. For advance tax, the final payable has to be at least 10,000. If you say more than 10,000 means day one you are learning wrong concept. Because if this is the situation, supposingly liability 1,40,000 and TDS 1,30,000. What is my final payable? 10,000. I have to pay advance tax. Q? Because equal to 10 will also attract advance tax. That means my final payable has to be 9,999 or less for immunity. Two people have immunity. One, resident senior citizen, no business, irrespective of liability. Two, any person whose final payable is 9,999 less. Refund cases also, no need to pay any advance tax. I don't pay advance tax because already there is TDS. If it was the other way around, so then in that case, it's a case of refund. I don't have to pay advance tax. Supposingly liability is 130, but TDS is 140. Then I don't have to pay. You understood? This amount has to be kitna hai? 10,000 or more. If it is exact 10,000, then also I am liable to pay. Understood? We will not check your tax liability. We will check your final payable. And here comes that problem. I'll explain the problem. I already did some time back, but now it will be more clear to you. I come to know my final payable only. Here you have to understand this. Because unless and until I reach my AY, I don't know my total income. I don't know my tax liability. This is when I will come to know my liability. Then this is when I will check my full year TDS deducted by other people. I will minus. Is this my final payable? This should be 10,000. Then I am liable. If it is 9,999, I am not liable. If it is 10,000, senior citizen, resident, no business, still not liable, but you and me liable. But this I come to know here. On this date, I thought my final payable will be 9,000 rupees. I did not pay advance tax. On this date, it came to 10,000 rupees. That means I was supposed to pay advance tax. But this date is gone. I don't have a time machine. I can't go back to time. I can't go back to 15th June and rectify the date which is gone. And I am going to be liable for interest because I did not estimate my advance tax correctly. Simple suggestion is always overestimate your advance tax. Understood? Metro, understood? Fantastic. So two people get immunity. Finally, who are those people? One, resident senior citizen not having business, and two, only if someone whose final payable is, and be very careful, final payable, not my tax liability. This is where I always stress on the importance between liability and payable. I always stress on the importance of equal to. You must have noticed I always tell you to be very careful about equal to. ये correct है? Fantastic. Section 209 says that every person who is covered under section 207, 208, what do you have to do? You have to first estimate your entity, because when the due date comes, the year is still going on, and when the year is still going on, it can't be your actual income. It can be only an estimated income. Even 15th March, it is estimated only because we still have 16 days remaining. You agree? So the estimate will be more accurate because you are near completion of the year, but still it is an estimate. On that, you estimate your tax. So choose a regime, choose old regime, choose new regime, choose what is going to be my estimated tax. From this, you take credit of all your prepaid taxes. TDS, TCS are only the taxes that you are aware of. Whereas at final, you will come to know more about MAT credit, AMT credit. You will come to know about rebate, relief, foreign tax credit, all that. After you minus all that, do you get your payable? Mitro, if this is 10,000 or more, if this payable is 10,000 or more, so you have to pay your advance tax. You have to pay your advance tax. Understood? Fantastic. Section 210 says every person who is covered under section 207, 208 should make an estimate under section 209 and pay within the due date given under section 211. मेरा चाबी थोड़ी दूंगा and pay within the due date under section 211. तो क्या तैयारी करके बैठे चाबी? Who gave it? Chandu. He was playing with that key. कि किसका है किसका? He was asking me. चल जा धोके भी आ गाड़ी जा. Who are you? समाज सेवक. Who are you? Chandu. Yesterday I did legs in the gym. पैर दुख रहा है अगर ये you नहीं. Leg day is the worst day. Anybody goes to the gym here? Chandu ही जाता है. Chandu, sir made me do at one stretch 100 squats, and by the 60th or 70th I was completely finished. I bola sir end today. He's like no, now 30 more. He's like this, after getting fully tired, the last effort that you put is basically that which will bring the result. Too deep for CA students, if you can understand. When you are completely drained and exhausted, at that time what effort you put brings the maximum result. But the only thing is that in classroom, no matter how much I motivate them, there somehow the motivation goes. I can't motivate myself also. So you need an appropriate motivator for an appropriate task. I can't motivate you not to eat outside food, bro, when I myself, you know. So basically वो motivate करने का भी rate है, like in case you want to know. Okay, sir, I am feeling too loud, too low, sir, too down, not getting motivated. Of course, I will motivate you. हाँ, क्या करना था? You have filled that mentorship का form, no? Look, I'll tell you, so many hours I have lectures, I have traveling. Plus, then there are people who are like, sir, today's PDF not come. Sir, today's PDF, please make it available. They threaten my team. So I have to I have to provide the data. Unless and until I provide the recording and the PDF, the team won't be able to do anything. So that is also an issue. After that, whatever time I get, I am maximum able to give time to one student per day. And with the grace of God, there are a lot of students who are filling the form on a daily basis. So on first come first basis, the moment your slot will come, team will contact you, take your time, my time, and accordingly set up between you and me. हाँ, after receiving UPI, वो obvious है ना वो, that is so obvious मतलब, okay, and believe me, once there is some new student, no, the amount of effort that I put for the new student is very high. Not that I don't consider the old ones who have already joined the plan or program. They approach me whenever they have to or they need to. New student mein, I am more serious, sincere towards the approach, because the moment this new student gets that meet and gets that interaction, this new student has to go around telling at least 20-30 more people that must have to be there. That is where I self motivate myself. Correct? Hai? So you get the point what you have to do even before we set it up. Fantastic. So ladies and gentlemen, this is section 210. What does it say? Those who are covered under 20720. By the way, except 2, everyone is covered. Resident senior citizen not having PGBP and final payable 9999 or less should make this estimate and pay within the due date which is given in the next section. So tell me one thing, 210. What are you doing here? Anything that you have done in life, any value addition, supposingly you were not there. I have still read 207, 208, 209 and I am going to do the due date of 211. We were happy without you also, which is why I say that 210 is basically as useless as AY in OK. 210 is as useless as AY in OK. Without you also we were happy only in life. In fact, these days so we don't need O also. We just do K. These days we don't need this also, we just need this. We don't need you, bro. Or still, if you have not understood, I genuinely want to know how many are the elder ones of their house? Straight up. And how many are the younger ones? You didn't raise your hand. Acha, you did. You didn't raise your hand in any of them. Why? क्या? भाई बहन नहीं. Still better. Saying, sir, I am only child or anything. Last batch, every batch this question comes, how many elder ones, how many younger ones. There was this girl who was like, sir, I am single. मैं बोला ये don't make such advances. Sir, what she meant was I am the only child. But she's like, sir, I am single. वो भी smile. ये सही था. क्या? नहीं. तो listen. The fact of the matter is section 210. All the younger ones, sorry, one more time please. The younger ones. Section 210 is as useless as the younger child of Indian household. How? We don't need you, bro. Without you, whom we got from the dustbin. The younger one is always brought from the dustbin. Without you also, we were very happy. Don't you think that without you also, we were already going through the other 4 sections? Huh? Whether you agree or disagree, the fact will not change. 210. Thank you very much. And focus on section 200 and chalna re. Focus on section 211 because this is going to give you your due dates. On the various due dates, how much advance tax you have to pay. First due date during the year, 15th June. Insulting, but let me ask you, of PYK because advance tax by definition is paid in the PY. You have to pay, please pay attention. This will make more clarity of the chapter. 15% of your advance tax payable. So please understand what is going to happen. Please understand. When 15th June will come, I have no idea about my liability. I will make a random payment without thinking anything. Most assessees do what? They check their last year's income and their current year's expected growth and a little plus minus they do and they make a payment. Any random payment they made. No problem. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, any amount they pay. Now you have to wait for the year to get over, which will include the other 3 due dates also. But I'll focus on 15th June. When the year gets over, I come on this date. That is my assessment year. I will calculate my total income, actual income now, not estimated. I will calculate my total tax liability. Please pay attention. This liability is not payable as advance tax because there is already other prepaid tax in the form of TDS. I will minus that. In fact, this is that payable which I have to check. This should be 10,000 or more. And on this amount, I should have paid 15% year. Supposingly, my liability is coming to 3.5 lakh. And in that, I have 2.5 lakh TDS. So what is my final payable? 1 lakh. Am I supposed to pay advance tax? Yes, because 10,000 or more. And I am not senior citizen. That means with this amount, I know that year I should have paid 15,000. So I come to know 1 lakh after year end. But on 15 June, I don't know. I make random payment. I have paid 15,000. So no problem. I have paid 10,000 because estimated. Shortfall of 5,000. I will be liable for interest. I pay 20,000. No problem. Whenever this liability will be calculated, whether you pay 10, 15 or 20, it will be adjusted in calculating your self-assessment tax. In fact, it can be a case of refund also if you paid more. You pay more, we give you refund. But you pay less, we charge you interest. You understood? And the whole problem is, this is the whole problem. I come to know my liability only here. On this date, I make random payments. If there is shortfall, I will be liable for interest. Understood? So, what is the percentage that I have to apply? 15. Should have paid on 15th June, but amount I will come to know in EY. Understood? Next due date. 15th of September of the previous year, I have to pay 45% of the advance tax payable. The only addition that I want to do is total. Meaning thereby, please pay attention. 15th June, I will make a random payment. Say, supposingly, I made payment of 10,000 rupees here. See, I don't know ultimately what my liability is going to be. No, I just made 10,000 payment. Now, my next installment came 15 September. 10 I have already paid. Whatever I will now pay, I will pay extra. Say, I paid 40,000 more. So, what is the total advance tax that I have paid till date 15 September? 50,000. 40 is the next payment. So, 10 plus 40. Total paid is 50. Why am I checking the total? Because, again, I will come on this date. On this date, I will do my calculation. What is my final payable? Everyone. 1 lakh. This means till 15th June, I should have paid 15,000. But I have paid 10. So, there will be interest on 5,000. This means till 15th September, I should have paid total 45,000. Total. If I pay something on 15th June, pay only the difference. If I don't pay anything, it is possible. June, I don't pay anything and 45,000 I pay in September. So, on September, have I met the total criteria? Check. What is the total payable? 45 and total paid 50. So, we are comparing the total paid and total paid. We are not comparing individual installment. We are comparing total paid till date, total payable till date. Because was there a shortfall year which is liable for interest? That interest is calculated only between these two dates for 3 months. 15th September will give you a fresh chance to rectify your error. So on 15th September, have I paid the total as required? There is no interest. So June mein there was shortfall. Interest will be only for June to September, 3 months. But September there is no shortfall because I am checking total payable and total pay. Understood? So do you understand the meaning of this total? Total simply means paid and payable, both we will compare on total basis. Everyone is clear on this? Next due date, 15th of December of the previous year, we have to pay 75% of the advance tax payable. That is once again total. Now then, let me see whether you have understood. Have I paid 10? Have I paid 40? December again I have to pay something. Say I paid 15,000. What is the total paid till date? 65. And what is the total payable till date? 75. So again there is shortfall. That will be liable for interest from December to March, because March will again give me a fresh chance. Are you understood, everyone? So 15th of December, 75%. And finally, 15th March of the previous year, you have to pay 100% of your advance tax, obviously total. In other words, in our example, by 15th March, I should have paid full 1 lakh. So I will check total paid and total payable. Interest will be calculated between this due date and next due date. So every due date you check total paid and payable. If you paid more, no problem, you'll get credit at the end of the year. If you paid less on the shortfall, there will be interest between this due date and the next due date, because next due date again you can rectify your mistake. Understood? All you have to remember is June, September, December, March, 15, 45, 75 and 100. This is how we pay advance tax. And always check from now onwards. You'll get more education. You'll be more informed. In your practical life, you will see in the first few days of June, September, December, March, you'll see newspaper advertisements. Be honest taxpayer. The due date of advance tax is fast coming. Kindly pay your advance tax on time and contribute to nation building. Kindly avoid last minute rush. We will always see these newspaper advertisements, social media advertisement, video advertisement by the income tax department. As the due date approaches, they keep on starting their, they keep on doing their marketing so that you pay your advance tax on time. And good for you also, because you will not be liable for interest. Is that clear, everyone? And few points that you should note about this. Any assessee who is covered under 44 AD and 44 ADA, AD, presumptive taxation of AD and ADA, you have to pay only the last, that is 15th of March installment. In other words, June, September, December not applicable to you. When we did PGBP chapter, when we did presumptive taxation, when we did 44 AD ADA, in that we did write only last installment of advance tax. Go check. So totally in a year there are 4 installments. Everyone has to pay 4 installments, but 2 people, that is AD and ADA, have to pay only the last installment. This amendment was brought in income tax law only upon my request. I'll explain how. My HUF is running coaching classes in the name of SS Pro Educare. So we fall under 44 AD till 3 crore rupees turnover. It is this. And in my personal file, myself and ma'am, we fall in 44 ADA. ADA. So can I say we are taking these benefits? We are a part of 44 AD and ADA. Now, if all the 4 installments are applicable to me, I went and told the finance minister, sir, how can you expect me to pay advance tax on my birthday? I won't pay advance tax on birthday. That's not fair. So he's like, okay, no problem. I will make this installment inapplicable to you. But I can't make first 2 applicable, third not applicable, and fourth applicable. So I'll do one thing, first 3 not applicable. But then if I write your name, then people will come to know. So I'll do this for 44 AD and ADA. First 3 installments not applicable, automatically you will also get immunity from the first 3, and you will have to pay only the last installment. I never told you that this amendment was brought because of me. This amendment was brought because of इतना seriously don't listen. हाँ होगा क्या पता sir. You are so influential, maybe. नहीं. I am not even influential at home. I am not able to take my decisions at home also. You're talking about being influential in the outside market. But yes, one day when I become the finance minister of the country, very soon, it is a matter of time. Talks are going on. Announcement can come at any time. I will still complete your batch. 2 lectures left after. tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So obviously I will still complete your best. So 44 AD and ADA only last installment is going to be applicable. If there is any failure in payment of advance tax, you don't pay these advance taxes, so you will be declared as assessee in default. Assessee in default. This is going to be a stamp that will be put on your forehead. Bajirao Singham. Either. Bajirao Singham. That was also remake of South Indian movie. No idea. Singham. This stamp on your forehead, assessee in default, means what? Whenever there is some tax payable by you under the income tax law, not just here, anywhere, self-assessment tax you see. If they send you demand notice and you don't pay within time, if you don't make your payments within time, everyone please pay attention. If you don't make your payments, that means can I say you are violating duty towards government? They are going to put a stamp on you and the stamp is going to be called assessee in default. Sir, what happens when you are declared as assessee in default? Your assessing officer will now appoint someone called a tax recovery officer. We call him TRO. His job is to do what? Recover taxes. The TRO will come to your premises and take away your movable properties. Why? Not because he will do agarbatti every morning, but because he wants to recover taxes. The TRO will take away your immovable. Now, he can't actually physically take away immovable property because he does not have the powers of Hanumanji. When we say take away immovable properties, means he is only going to seal your immovable properties. And if it does not get anything, you are an absolute bhukha nanga. You are an absolute pava pittavan bhikshakarak. So the TRO will take you away. He will not do agarbatti to you ever. She was like, मैं देवी माँ. Every morning. No, wait. TRO will take you away. That is, he will arrest you. So either you have properties or you are only the property that we take away. And the TRO will appoint an auctioneer to conduct an auction of your movable properties, auction of your immovable properties, auction of you nahi bro, because you are not an asset, you are a liability. So nobody will buy you. And what will they do even if they buy you? You look at yourself and you know it very well that even if they buy you, what are they going to do? You will just say, sir, I was not feeling well, so chakkar aa raha tha. So you are of no use. You have the best excuse. I was not well. Whoever made this statement is worse than the person who made the statement called sorry. Best, but do whatever you want to. My question is simple. Were you hospitalized? Yes. Certificate. Which hospital? Huh? Pheku. Name of the clinic. Name of the clinic. देखो तो डॉक्टर का नेम यू रिमेम्बर क्या वेयर इज ही सिचुएटेड which lane SPC is what हाँ हाँ अच्छा I'll find out. I have my sources in the table. Because वो liar वाला गेम खेला tongue is black because you are lying. नहीं, you never played that. You don't have small kids at home. No. Because when you have kids at home, you can play these games. इतना grown up होके when you lie. If you I am not saying you are lying. In case you do. So some people, they are liabilities. I am not talking about general part. But income tax के point of view से I am saying they will not auction you. They will auction your movable and immovable property. Whenever you don't pay your taxes within time, tax recovery officer will come and take away everything. And non-payment of advance tax is a trigger to appointment of TRO because you are going to be declared as assessee in default. So please make sure you pay your advance taxes and pay within time because interest will also come, and the moment AO declares you assessee in default, So then lots and lots of trouble will come. That cash which you need for your day-to-day work, that property that you need your bank account, but they are going to come and seize your bank account, or they are going to prohibit transactions in your bank account, freeze your bank account. So you will have practical difficulty in day-to-day working. Please make sure that you don't go on the wrong side of the income tax law. If you don't have knowledge of the law, hire a good consultant. You can WhatsApp on, sir, I need some tax consultancy also. Basically, I am giving you this number because this is admin number of SS Pro. You can WhatsApp on this number. They will divert your query to the appropriate place, because any query that comes through this number basically means it is a student who has some problem. And when student has a problem, and when this data goes to the practice wala team, so that practice wala team knows that it is sir ka student, so automatically the fee quotation given to you is lower than what is given to others. If you directly go to the practice wala office, then you are not a student, then you have come as a client. And if you go through the organization, channel है organization का कि student has this problem and therefore can you help for office related work, वो channel है, so the fee structure will always be lower, because I always charge less to those who come through context of students, always charge less than what I charge direct. But I of course, don't you think it is sensible? Matlab, you, I hope, are not assuming that now that sir has taught us tax, so all our family businesses ka, or parents ka, family members ka, grandparents ka, uncle ka, all the income tax returns sir will file free of cost because of this admission. हाँ, final में admission sir वो I will not take, but sir has to file return free of cost. I hope you have. I am not so good. I only look good. If there is failure, you will be declared as assessee in default. Is that clear? And of course, whatever advance tax you pay, see, you may pay less or more. Credit will always be given. If you have paid less, there will be interest. If you have paid more, you will get the extra as refund. But one thing is for sure, the day we come to know your final liability year, we will always subtract the total advance tax paid by you, total TDS also, which means advance tax, TDS, TCS together amount to your prepaid taxes. That's your taxes paid. And basic tax, rebate, surcharge, cess, etc. will give you taxes payable. So this liability and paid, when we compare, we get final amount payable or refundable. So whether you pay more or less, any advance tax that you pay, the credit of the same will be given against your liability to determine your payable. Is that clear? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the first part of the chapter, that is advance tax. Now that we know the duty of return filing and the duty of advance tax with the due dates, we have to go and learn three interest. Let me also be clear that actually 234 series is not just ABC. There is 234D, E, F coincidentally is a part of your syllabus. Late filing fees for income tax return 1000 and 5000. But G is again not in your series, in your exam. Surprisingly, H is again in your exam, where your PAN and Aadhaar was not linked on time. That was fees under 234. So this is a big series. We have 234 A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. But in your syllabus, interest may we have only 234 A, B, and C, because your syllabus has only those duties. Filing of return is in your syllabus, not filed on time, 234. Payment of advance tax in your syllabus, non-payment of advance tax, 234B. And due date of advance tax is in your syllabus, missing of due date, 234C. B and C ka difference is clear. Non-payment of advance tax, 234B. Late payment of advance tax, 234C. Is that clear? Let's go and learn, Mitro, one by one. Interest under section. First we do 234A, then we do 234B, then we do 234C.
And in between the year we got an appraisal, but उसमें पहले तो advance tax नहीं pay करा था, but after appraisal we got an.
Fantastic. So basically, after appraisal, employee का salary increase. Now he starts coming under tax bracket. Maybe starting में his salary was only 20,000 per month. So he thought I don't have to pay advance tax. But in December his salary became 1 lakh. So effectively or 2 lakh. Maybe he got such a massive increase. So maybe he is now supposed to pay advance tax. But the fact of the matter is, when your boss will pay you salary, there is a rule that the boss will only deduct TDS. So if the boss has deducted TDS, that way payable won't come. Liability will come, but payable will not come. You understand? Or because TDS is already deducted by the boss. Advanced tax cut duty comes not on the basis of your tax liability. Advanced tax cut duty comes on the basis of your tax payable. So boss will deduct TDS. So there is no payable. So salary में तो as far as salary का rule is concerned, the rule is clear. Boss has to deduct tax exactly equal to your liability. So payable won't come for sure. Okay. By chance, boss has failed in his duty. This is a probability that we can consider. Boss has failed to deduct TDS. That means boss has not done TDS ka duty. What will be his consequences for not doing TDS ka duty? What will be his consequence of not doing TDS ka duty? That is interest, penalty, disallowance of expense, 30% for resident, 100% for non-resident. All that he has to face. But you don't have any TDS now. You understand? And you did not pay advance tax thinking that boss will deduct TDS. So somewhere in the interest calculation we are learning now. In the interest calculation, they have said that if because of certain circumstances, genuinely which were not in your control, which you could not predict, if there is a failure in advance tax, we will grant you immunity from interest. So a situation like this will be taken care of by granting you relaxation in the calculation of interest.
In case
Capital gain है, dividend है, business income first time, lots of incomes are given. Basically non-predictable incomes. Think about it. Advance tax is basically on the idea that you predict your income and pay advance tax. But you will always have some incomes which cannot be predicted. Casual winnings, capital gain, dividend not in your control. Company declares it. These incomes will happen later during the year. There will be installments which were over prior to that. So those installments we will not consider for 234C purposes. B के लिए तो we will consider. Use your brain. B you can save by paying till 31st March. So if you have earned income during the year before 31st March, you are aware you can pay advance tax after earning income before 31st March. Think about it. If during the previous year your income is coming late also, but it is still coming before 31st March, no? So pay advance tax on 31st March and save B. But what about 15 June or September? That was over before the income. So we won't levy 234C in those installments. You understood? We have that immunity, which will come in the chapter. But for now, we are not talking about advance tax. You have to channelize your thoughts on late filing of income tax return. So under section 139, what do we have? Due dates of filing income tax return. What are the due dates? John, Noj, November, October, July. If you miss that date, let us keep now October in mind as an example. See, please understand. Explanation is same for July, October. For example, we will have to keep one date in November. Majorly, it is not applicable in your syllabus because international tax is not. And we'll not consider July because not a lot of people come in July. Let's keep October as an example. What is my due date? 31st October. Think about it. If I file my return on 1st November or December or January or February, I have filed my return date. So I will be liable for interest. Already in belated return, we have seen that late filing will result in 234A interest and F ka fees. Fees we have completed, but interest we have not completed. Interest we are learning now. Whenever you want to calculate interest in life, whenever interest calculation is simple, you just need three things. Come on, say those three magical words. Principal, rate, time. You need three things and you will be able to calculate interest. We need those three things because the logic is simple. The interest will be on the basis of delay. Penalty or fees is one time, 1,000 or 5,000. But interest will be, see, like this. If I file on 1st November, I am late by 1 day. But if I file on 1st December, then I am late by 1 month and 1 day. The more the delay, higher will be your interest. And therefore, period will somewhere depend on how much was the delay in filing your return. You missed your due date. But after missing, how late were you? Period will depend on that. But before period, what do we need? Principal and rate. First, principal is going to be the tax amount. Because please understand, if I have to give you something and I give it late, so on that amount I will pay you interest. Think about it. What do we pay to the government? Our income or our tax? So interest will come on tax only. No. Income belongs to me. So interest cannot be on income. Interest will be calculated on tax. So supposingly 1 lakh is my tax, so then 1 lakh ke upar I will be calculating interest. So principal will always be the tax amount. The best news that I can give you for the time being of the chapter is that the rate of interest throughout the chapter, whether it is A, B or C, the rate of interest is fixed, it is constant, it is always going to be 1% per month or part of a month. Rate is fixed, rate is constant, rate is going to be 1% per month or part of a month. Means, if I file my return on 1st of November, October is the example, am I late? By how much time? 1 day, so we can ignore. No! 1 day will be considered as 1 month. 1st December, 1 month and 1 day. 2 months. You understand? You understand? Part of a month, 1% per month or part. That means, do you realize? The later I file, the higher will be the interest. And it will be calculated on the tax amount. So tax into 1% per month or part. And good news is this, 234A or B or C, they all will be calculated at the same rate, 1% per month or part. In fact, in all the three, the principle is also same, the tax amount. Your focus should be only on the period calculation. So 234A for now, delay in filing of return, principal, tax, rate 1% per month. What is the period? We have to write the start date of interest and we have to write the end date of interest. Do you realize interest will be calculated from year to year? Come on, dear students. You guys have the caliber, only not channelizing it in the correct direction, but you do have the caliber. If you put a little pressure on your brain, if you think a little logically, you can understand and guess when will your interest start. Just think about that. When should my interest start? As a hint, you can also keep, for example, 31st October I took to keep in mind. You can accordingly think an answer. When should interest start? Chalo, try. After the due date means what? Supposingly 31st October is the due date. The 1st December also comes after the due date. First what? First day after the due date. Whenever I ask this in any batch, first thing they say, from when will interest start? Sir, from the due date. Wrong. It won't start from 31st October because on 31st October there is no crime. Your crime begins on 1st of November. Your interest also begins on 1st November. Believe me, as easy as it is for it may sound, good number of students give the wrong answer in the first attempt. But did you understand? And understand that you gave me the correct answer. So you have the brains. Please use it in the correct direction. Those who have got no brains and I interact with someone for half an hour, I come to know the level of the brain, the quality of the brain of that person. It is okay to not have a very sharp brain because it may be genetic, it may be luck, it may be some injury in childhood. It may be anything. Quality of brain may or may not be good. Those whose brain ka quality is less but are covering up with more and more hard work and discipline are generally found to be more successful. Those who have got excellent quality of brain and backing it up with excellent hard work and discipline are the most successful people in the finance world. You go and check. Quality of brain plus quality of hard work. Low quality brain and low quality of discipline you will see in lower categories of work profile. My biggest complaint is with high quality of brain and low quality of discipline and hard work, because your asset you are converting into no profit, no loss, or maybe a liability. And don't nod your head because you fall in that category. Quality of brain, you guys have that caliber which I don't see in a lot of places. But quality of discipline and hard work, mein, there is lot and lot and lot to do. You are far, far, far behind. And ultimately, this is going to make the difference. So, with your quality of brain, I am not even surprised that you instantly gave the correct answer. It is not the due date, it is the first day after due date. Interest will start from 1st November or 1st August or 1st December based on applicable due date. Correct? Hai? Chalo, try karo. When should interest stop? My hint is simple. My hint is simple. The bigger the crime, the longer the interest. Till the tax is paid, then you are not understanding what the crime is. What was the crime? Not paying tax. That is 234B and C. ये crime क्या है? What is the crime? Due date पे pay नहीं किया. Read the heading. Read the heading. Is it tax payment? No, it is not about tax payment. So you can't say tax payment. When you file your return, whether you pay your tax or not, you understand. You understand what is the crime. What is? Wait, 1 minute. Stop, please. What is the crime? Late filing of return. So when will this crime stop? When I pay tax. When I file my return. You understood? So the moment I do my filing, it will stop. Is that correct? Is that clear? Everyone? So supposingly 1st November, I file my return. So start of interest will be 1st November. And stop of interest will also be 1st November. So one day only. So ignore no. Still consider 1 month. 1st November to 1st December, 2 months. Is that clear? But then, biologically speaking, that mistake is clear. Payment nahi. Filing is stopping of my crime. But what happens is some people don't file the return. Ultimately, one fine day, assessing officer will have to, on a piece of paper, calculate your tax on estimated basis. And I have explained that concept to you. You saw the reel? Tu baat kare yaar. You didn't see? Kya baat kare? So many concepts that I have made easy in some. You've seen that? Mujhko na jitna mujhko. That is also concept in tax. YouTube पे रील YouTube पे नहीं होता, YouTube पे शॉर्ट्स होता है. And you know highlighted reels का concept under anybody's profile you get. In that you'll get this concepts easy वाला highlight. Under that all these concepts are put, and I purposely and consciously, I was doing it regular basis, but I purposely brought an abrupt stop to that activity because I am now waiting for the future of the income tax law. I don't want to put. I am not an influencer. No, that if you don't make one video every day, the people will unfollow. Unfollow. Bhad mein ja. To hell with you. Unfollow. But take admission. Unfollow on social media. Take admission in class. Simple hai. So I am not under that FOMO. Our generation, millennials, used to call it herd mentality. Do something which everyone is doing. I think Gen Z calls it FOMO. FOMO? Illa? Lucky guys. FOMO is fear of missing out. That if everyone is doing something, I should also do something. No. Let them do something. I will do something different from everyone. So I am not under that FOMO. But yes, these concepts were made easy. So I did tell you about the concept of best judgment, did I? So if you don't file. One day he will pass your order using best judgment. The day when he passes the order, he has to decide your tax, and on that tax he has to calculate interest also. Please understand. And if he has to calculate interest, then he has to stop the period on that day. If I am calculating interest as of today, then I will calculate in the past till today. So today I have to stop the period of calculating interest, and therefore in the law they say, or best judgment assessment out of the two, whichever is earlier. So if you file, it will stop on filing, and if you don't file, it will go up to best judgment assessment. On that date, your interest will stop. Start from first day after due date and stop when? Filing or baja, whichever is earlier. Baja means obviously passing of order, best judgment assessment order. No problem. The section stopped here. Section stopped here, law stopped here. One day, there was this gentleman who fought a case up to Supreme Court. Name of this gentleman, Dr. Pranay Roy. तुम्ही जानो? नहीं. Dr. Pranay Roy. You've never heard his name? He is a very famous guy. By the way, he is a very, very famous chartered accountant. Sir, doctor. Sir, doctor or CA? Sir, we are not able to complete one. He is doing both. He is PhD. That doctor. Dr. Pranay Roy, chartered accountant. You not heard? He and his wife Radhika Roy are the founders of New Delhi Television. New Delhi Television. Achha, you didn't know the full form? You didn't know NDTV is New Delhi Television? Radhika Roy is the sister of a Congress leader. Now you know NDTV's political inclinations. Now you know why Modi ji is good or bad depends on your watching India TV or NDTV. Modi ji is good or bad depends on whether you are watching India TV or NDTV. Every word in electronic media, print media and social media, every word is paid. Today Virat Kohli, if he poses with a particular brand of drink or anything, the moment he puts an Insta story, 8 crore rupees are credited in his account. If in case you feel, oh my God, King Kohli is back, King Kohli century, King Kohli loves Pakistan, King Kohli, whoa, now he is going to score in single digit for the next 6 months. Challenge. But as crazy as this generation is, you won't understand the PR game behind it. There are other people also who perform, but unfortunately they don't have such a strong PR team because of brand value. He is a brand ambassador. So the moment he scores a few runs also, he will hit 1 6 also, no. You will see 1,000 reels, lakhs of stories, etc. Because PR team, he has to be popular. If he is popular, then the brands which he promotes will get business. It's all about the popularity game. This generation can never understand that when Sachin Tendulkar used to be out, no. Ask your parents. They know this. TV sets used to be off, switched off. Then in that case, nobody was interested in what is the decision or what is going to happen in the match. You tell me one cricketer of the current generation which can make people switch off their TV sets. America ka president once made a statement that if at all you want to commit a crime when Sachin Tendulkar is batting because even God is busy watching. ये fact. But this generation won't understand. They did not need PR teams. So basically, we talk about NDTV. NDTV is basically Jomai Babu, son-in-law of Congress. You understand? You understand why they are. And by the way, Modi ji played a game here also. He did. He made Adani do a hostile. You know, Adani acquired stake in NDTV and Adani is now the owner. Since that day, the news on NDTV has suddenly become Modi favorite. Go check the political game. And you seriously did not know New Delhi Television is the full form of NDTV? Bro, if you didn't know this, so you will be shocked the day you come to know full form of PVR. PVR, which charges 500 rupees for one tub of popcorn, which is more than the ticket price. Weekday afternoon you go. PVR tickets are 150, 200 rupees even on good movies because weekday afternoon theaters are empty. I told you there was a brief time during my life when I did not teach inter at all because I was interested only in final and inter I used to do only for recording purposes. So I used to go for go to a restaurant or a movie or afternoon, my wife and myself. And bro, the VIP treatment that we used to get because theater empty, restaurant empty, everything empty. Weekday afternoon, ticket prices are less than popcorn. Popcorn ka one tub was still 500. That can't change on the basis of time slot. You know the full form of PVR? Seriously, no? Priya Village Road Shows. Priya Village Road Shows. A girl called Priya who used to do road shows, road acting dramas in the villages, she came to the city and started charging 500 rupees for a popcorn. Go research this Priya village road shows. The day I came to know this, I lost my faith in humanity. I got the shock of my life. Priya village road shows is the full form of that PVR. Yeah, seriously, you did. Of course, you did not know MDTV. So there is no chance that you were aware of this. I also came to know, when there was a case law in CA final 2011, where name of the assessee Priya Village Road Shows Limited, Delhi High Court. Case law in PGP chapter. Case law was they had incurred some expenditure. We had to clarify whether it was capital expense or revenue, because if it is revenue expense, it is allowable deduction. If it is capital expense, you get only depreciation. So, institute ka material I was reading, they started. The assessee was in the business of running multiplex cinemas. The assessee got a proposal of purchasing one standalone single screen theater in Delhi, which the assessee can demolish, break, and reconstruct into a multiplex. So the assessee hired a feasibility company to check whether it makes sense to buy. You don't buy a theater just because you have money. Does it make sense? Are there multiplexes nearby? What is the taste of the audience? What are upcoming movies? We have to conduct a survey. They conducted a survey, and the survey report was, don't buy this theater, it is loss making. So assessee dropped the plan. Do we still have to pay the survey company whether that feasibility expense is capital or revenue? The case law ka answer, if you have anxiety on tax, so let me say, if we create the new asset, then we add to the cost of the asset. But if the plan was dropped, if the business was dropped, then you have to consider it as revenue expense and allow it as a deduction. Case law was in favor of assessee. While reading that, my question was, assessee runs multiplex cinemas? What are the brands which run multiplex cinemas in our country? Inox, PVR. You get to see very few brands. There are some brands which are city specific. So there are few brands which have only Metro. There was a theater called Metro which was only in Mumbai, that also taken over by Inox. And by the way, Inox and PVR themselves have merged. They have undergone merger, amalgamation. But that is recent. I said, what is this company? Priya Village Road. And Google search of Priya Village Road shows gave me the shock of my life. Yeah. Bloody hell, 500 rupiah one popcorn ka you are charging Priya? See? So, Dr. Pranay Roy, the founder of NDTV, did not file his return on time. Will there be interest? 234A ka interest? Yes, everyone. It will start after due date, first day after due date. It will go on till when? If he files, yes. Or if there is best judgment, yes. None of them happen. What Dr. Pranay Roy did was, he made tax payment. Has he filed return? No. Has AO done best judgment? No. He did was payment of tax. Dr. Pranay Roy said, if I make payment of tax, so my principal only is gone. See, I take a loan from you 10 lakh rupees. So you charge interest on that. I return your 10 lakh rupees, then you can't charge interest. I return 4 lakh rupees, so you charge interest on 6 lakh rupees. But if I have paid full tax, there is no tax outstanding now. Even if the law says these two dates, whichever is earlier, if I have made payment and there is no tax remaining, you can't charge interest. Does it make sense? In any case, case law came in 2009. 2009, India had a Congress government, and this was son-in-law of Congress government, and therefore case law had to be in favor of assessee only. And this is not new. Judiciary has always been politically motivated in our country because law is very simple. I ask you a simple question. You are a very good lawyer, very good advocate. Do you want to become Chief Justice of India? Chief Justice of Bombay High Court? You want to become Chief Justice of India, India's biggest judge in Supreme Court? Listen, following is the judgment of Ram Mandir. Following is the judgment of Triple Talaq. Following is the judgment of polygamy. You have to give judgments before we appoint you. India is not for beginners. In India, in court cases, we don't hire lawyers. We actually hire judges. Why pay a lawyer when you can pay a judge? I tell you, India is not for beginners. ये politically motivated appointments do take place, and Congress did it for 60-70 years. Mota bhai is Amit bhai. Amit bhai and Modi ji are only showing them the mirror. Bola, bro, you did, now we do it. What is wrong? Bola, we were the CM and deputy CM of Gujarat. You put so many court cases on us. By now we are free from all those cases. But now see, we put how many court cases on you and your leader. Recently, there was a TV debate going on. There was one BJP leader, there was one Congress leader. The Congress leader said Rajiv Gandhi ji brought internet revolution. But BJP is claiming all the credit and taking the benefit of that. Rajiv Gandhi ji brought internet revolution in 1988. It's basically today BJP is taking the benefit of that. So basically his plan, and I always say that India there are computers only because of Rajiv ji, otherwise there wouldn't have been computers. Irrespective of my political inclination, I am not here to impose that. And I totally agree. The BJP leader said, good, we agree. Rajiv ji brought internet revolution, BJP is taking advantage. Rajiv ji brought Rahul ji, BJP is taking advantage. ये fact है. ये fact है. So, court judgments in our country have always been politically motivated. You got to know this. And here, in any case, do you understand assessing makes sense also? That if I have paid tax, then you can't charge interest. You can therefore now say filing, best judgment or payment, whichever is earlier. Bro, kya? Filing, best judgment or payment, whichever is earlier. You can say it like that, or I can put a shortcut here by simply writing this much. See if you understand. See if it makes sense to you. If I have paid tax, so there is no tax outstanding. Principal has become 0. And on 0, take on your calculator, apply 1% and apply any period and multiply by 0. See what answer comes. Don't want to confirm? Huh. It is going to be 0 only. Either you write this part that I have written, Dr. Pranay Roy ka judgment, or you simply write outstanding. They mean the same thing. Please understand. This and this are one and the same. You write any one of them, you have incorporated Supreme Court judgment of Dr. Pranay Roy. Everyone is clear? That's your interest under 234A. Now the next two interests and the last two sections are related to advance tax. What is 234B? Non-payment of advance tax. And how is 234C different? So if I pay anything till 31st March also, have I paid advance tax? Then 234B will not come. Please listen. But if that is the thing, and 234B I can save by making payment on 31st March also, then people will not pay on June, September, December and 15th March. They all will miss all the 4 installments. Just imagine. 4 due dates, all gone. This is the period between 15th and 31st. Can I pay advance tax till 31st March? Does tax paid till 31st March also fall in the definition of advance tax? So if I pay on 31st March, have I paid advance tax or not paid? Paid. So I won't have 234B. And that means it is okay to miss these 4. Everyone will disrespect these 4. Who will take care of these 4? In other words, see if you understand. If you disrespect the due dates, so we'll take care of you in the next section. But if you don't pay at all, so this is the section, and accordingly, interest under 234B is basically non-payment of advance tax. Or let me put in better words so that everyone understands. Failure to pay at least 90% advance tax till 31st of March. Two things that everyone has to focus on. Two things. We were taught 4 due dates of advance tax. Last due date is 15th March. But 234B is granting time till 31st of March, which simply means even if you miss your installments, 234B is least interested. 234B says what? Before the year gets over. That means if I check your duty, do you remember in the advanced tax chapter, duty was 100% till 15th March. That means 234B is giving you two relaxations. It is okay if you miss 15th March. Who will take care of that? Who will take care of 15th March? 234C. For 234B, it is okay if you miss 15th March because we grant you time till. And second, everyone. There was one thing which everyone found unfair. That short estimate of advance tax was resulting in interest. All right, we grant you one relaxation. I call it 10% relaxation. See if your brain works it. 10% relaxation. Your duty is 100. It is okay if you don't pay 100. Even if you have paid 90, there won't be 234B interest. Instead of 100, you pay 90. Exact 90. No problem. You don't have to cross 90. You have to touch 90. If you pay exact 90, that also till not 15. 15th, who will take care? Next section. This section says pay 90. That also pay till 31st. 90 till 31st. 234B will not come only. Which means 234B will come when you have not even paid 90%. That also not even till 31st March. Then 234B will get triggered. See, you first have to be clear if there will be interest. Then comes the question, how much interest? Hello. The first question, when will there be interest? I will not see 15th March. I will see 31st March. I will not see 100%. I will see 90%. But if I don't do this also, there will be interest. Still, I want to give you an example. I know you understood. Okay, supposingly my tax liability is 1 lakh. Chalna be. My tax liability is 1 lakh 50,000 and my TDS is 50,000. First question. Therefore, what is my final payable? 1 lakh. And I am not a senior citizen. Am I supposed to pay advance tax? Am I supposed to pay advance tax? Yes. If it was 50,000? Yes. If it was 10,000? Yes. If it was 5,000? No. Why? Less than. So 10,000? Yes. At exact 10,000, I have to pay. So at 1 lakh, I have to pay. No problem. As the year progresses, the problem is that this payable I come to know only after year end. So whatever I must have paid on June, September, December, March, it was estimated payment. As the year progressed, till 15th of March, the advance tax that I have paid is supposedly rupees 75,000. Because estimated payment, total paid. Is there shortfall in my installment? Therefore, there is going to be 234C interest. That is to disrespect 15th of March. I am still not covered under 234B because 234B grants me further time till 31st March. That also I don't have to fulfill the full shortfall of 25,000. Even if I pay, how much more? 90%. So how much more? 15,000 will make me touch. I don't have to cross. I just have to touch. Even if I touch 90, have I saved myself from 234B? So basically, what is my duty? In next 16 days. Next 16 days are 16th March to 31st March. What should I do? Pay at least 15,000 more. If I pay 15,000 more, therefore I will touch 90%. Correct or no? If paid, I will be able to save myself from 234B. Still, I will have 234C. Let's be clear. 234C will come the moment I miss 15. So let's be clear. On 16th March, in this example, on 16th March, I pay 10 crore rupees also advance tax. I will still have 234C interest because 234C comes on missing 15th March. 234B comes on missing 31st March. Because I have a very important question for you. If you understood this, if you understood the concept, when I pay any advance tax between 16th and 31st, I will still have 234C interest for missing 15th March. Means 234C will come, whether I pay or I don't pay also. If I don't pay, so 234C to still will come. So one thing is for sure, that between 16th and 31st, whether I pay or don't pay, 234C will come. Then why am I paying when this is going to come? Why am I paying? To save 234B, because 234B wants me to touch 90 till. So in this case, 234B will also. Obviously, our current concern is only this calculation. But I am very clear. 15th March I miss, then 234C will come whether I pay or I don't pay. The last 16 days are only to save 234B. Is that clear? So one thing is clear, that if I pay this 15,000, I have still not touched 1 lakh, but I have touched 90,000. Will I be able to save myself from 234B? Everyone, but I won't be able to save myself from 234C. Right now, if I don't pay, I will have 234B also. What is going to be the calculation? Again, I will need 3 things: principal, rate, and for time we need 2: start and end. Start and end. Correct or no? Everyone with me? How much I have paid till 15th March? See, I am asking you easy questions from my story, then you give stupid answer, then I get angry, then don't say, sir, hamare se bhi hota hai. It is open in front of you, don't give me stupid answers. Be clear. How much is my total tax liability? Liability 150, but I have already prepaid taxes of TDS 50. How much is my final payable? 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh. That means to save 234B, I should pay advance tax of how much? 90. If I touch 90, I don't have 234. But till 15th, I have paid only 75. Between 15th and 31st, I can't save 234C, but I can save 234B. In this example, how much more I pay and I can save 234B? Not 25, only 15. So if I pay 15, 234B won't come. But if I don't pay 15, so 234B will come on what amount is the question. And the answer I will write here. Are we clear that if I don't pay that 15, I have to pay interest? Interest will come on what amount? Are you understanding the question? On what amount? Here is your example. I'll give you 2 options, 15 or 25. How much I have paid? 75. How much more I pay to save interest? 15 I pay no interest. But if I don't pay 15, then interest will come on 25. Are you sure? Not 15. Interest will come on entire shortfall, which in our example, ladies and gentlemen, yes, is rupees. Listen to this. If I pay 90, no interest. If I don't pay 90, I pay 89. Interest will come not on 1, 11. There are 2 ways in which I can teach you this. One is the way in which I was taught by my PCC, means inter PCC. My PCC tax teacher happens to be my favorite tax teacher even today, till date. He was not taking CA final, which is why we went and took admission somewhere else. And my CA final direct tax coaching, wherever I took, happens to be one of my big regrets. I will not disrespect the teacher, because after 15 years in this profession, I know that the intention of teacher is never against students. After your parents, if someone will think good for you, more than you yourself, is going to be a teacher. Intentions I don't question, but sometimes it does happen that you are not comfortable with the style or the way of a particular teacher, which is okay. When I entered this profession, a very senior teacher told me, you may be good is what you think. If you are mentally ready, that no matter how good you are, 2 out of 100 children will never like you. 2 out of 100 children will never like you. If you are mentally ready to understand the costing concept of normal loss, then you enter this teaching profession. Otherwise, this is not for you. You can't work on 100% satisfaction. This is here. Understand, there are some teachers where only 2 like them out of 100, and then there are some teachers where only 2 don't like out of 100. If your liking percentage is anywhere more than 50, 60, 70, so you are good, you can carry on. So I continued the profession, but unfortunately I was not very happy because lot of portion was not taught to us. Doubt solving was not appropriate. That whole thing called herd mentality, that FOMO, that everyone is going there, so we should also go there. In my case, there was another problem only. I went there with me 40 other people to get admission. Because the whole batch was this: if you are doing something, that means it must be a right decision. They used to work on what I am taking up all. In whichever coaching class I attended, in CPT that batch I was the topper, in PCC that batch I was the topper. So basically they knew that if this guy is going, it must be a good class. We don't have to think much about it. We bank upon you as far as our coaching decisions are concerned. I never had idea about this. I could have actually went and spoken to the class owners. Sir, I am the topper. I am coming, with me 40 other will come. Bolo, I come or I don't come. Bolo, Bolo sir, what will I get? I had no idea I can do this, and too innocent. And so I had no idea. Otherwise, I could have, tried some stunt at that point of time. You want to try that stunt with me? First, you have to be topper also. Then you can try that stunt. All depends on how much you score in your exam. Then only people will take you seriously. So I recently had an outing with a group of my students. In that, the student has given CA inter. He is waiting for his final result, and he was saying, "Sir, I am 100% joining your batch, irrespective of where I take other subjects." And then he said, "Sir, my sister, his real elder sister, is also a CA finalist who had studied inter somewhere else, and she has taken the class of some other teacher at final." And he told me that, "Sir, my sister was telling me to join that teacher, but I am sure I will join you." So I said, "Your sister is in final. You should have convinced her. Chal, she is elder, she is not listening to you. What is her result?" Bola, "Sir, 2 attempts she has given. She is not yet clearing, but she is trying her best." मैं बोला, "And she is recommending you whose class to join. She is not clearing since 2 attempts, and she is recommending you which class to join. Now, fingers crossed. Your result will come. January 25 ka result will come at any point of time. Let us show our result and tell your sister, you may be the elder one, but dude, this is my result. So you don't tell me where to go." So end of the day, your recommendation has any value only and only if your mark sheet shows that value. अरे वीडियो अटक गया, तुम बोलता भी नहीं है यार. हेलो हेलो. 2 minutes the video was stuck and you didn't even tell me because it was not relevant, no, whatever I was saying. Acha, acha, you thought it was your internet. Nice cover up. Chal, no problem. Now everything is clear. So, ladies and gentlemen, end of the day, your result will decide everything. My PCC taxation. In fact, I have adopted a lot of good things of the teachers whom I used to follow. I see a lot of students who come to me and ask me about a particular teacher or about any teacher, that, "Sir, do you know that teacher, or have you been with that teacher?" Because somewhere when you follow a certain teacher where you like somebody's style, so your style automatically reflects that teacher's way and mannerism, and you often end up finding a lot of similarities. In fact, and probably you guys know it more than anybody else also, maybe. Because there has to be something common. I was once caught doing acting as a student, and I was thrown out of class. Not knowing that 20 years later, it will be a proud moment when students will come and say, sir, same like you. बोला सर ये तो प्राउड मोमेंट है, आई एम सो प्राउड ऑफ यू, बट 20 years ago I was thrown out of class only for this reason. हाँ, तो my tax teacher, he said an excellent line. I will share that line. And of course, while a lot of my ways, methods, my examples reflect my teachers, especially the ones whom I used to like a lot, I have devised a lot of things by myself also. Ultimately, you cannot be a permanent, you have to create your own identity as well. So, how my tax teacher told me, sir said, listen, the figure of 90%, in our example, that is 90,000, it is to activate or deactivate 234B. If you touch 90, then 234B will get deactivated. But if you don't touch 90, then 234B will get activated, but 90% has got no other role to play. Interest will be calculated on paid and payable difference, that is 100 minus 75,000. Smart way of taking it. But I devised my own way as well. With huge respect to Surana, once again I say that my CA inter tax teacher is even today my favorite tax teacher, and if he was taking CA final, I would have definitely joined, not joined any other class, and joined only I would have definitely joined that sir only, because once your base is strong, then you are comfortable with that style, you should continue with that style only. Your seniors will definitely put some gobar and gutter combined in your brain, stating and joining a particular faculty, this, that, etc., etc. You take wherever you want, just watch the YouTube video for 1 hour. Mera to no need to watch. You watch me for almost 170 hours now. And any other recommendation you get, you please make sure that you watch half an hour to 45 minutes. In within a span of 15 minutes, 20 minutes, you will come to know that in any coaching class, just imagine me keeping the direct tax ka book open in front of me, in PDF also, something like this, and I read, every person required to file return of income on or before the due date in the prescribed form and manner. तो इसका मतलब हर वो व्यक्ति जिसको रिटर्न फाइल करना होता है उस दिए हुए फॉर्म के अंदर, व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ ड्यू डेट, तो ड्यू डेट का मतलब क्या होता है, दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन. And what if I tell you in some coaching classes, entire syllabus is done like this. Full syllabus, every chapter. How am I doing 234B with you? Like this. And now imagine me opening 234B in the PDF, in the textbook that I have given you, reading from there and translating in Hindi. Full portion. Go check that. Go check that. Go check that. Check कर लेना. Open challenge. And my marks, my students' marks are in any case better than any other class or teacher. So here I have devised my one style of myself, and that style is this. Keep that 90% amount in mind. In our example, that amount is 90,000. You have to touch it, not cross it. 90,000 is to decide yes interest or no interest. If I touch 90, what is my decision? No interest. No calculation. If I don't touch 90, what is my conclusion? Yes interest, 90%, thank you very much, bye bye, I don't need you anymore. 90% is to decide yes interest or no interest. After that interest will come on entire short form. Ye clear hai? Great, congratulations and celebrations. Full. Congratulations. For one more thing, you have to tolerate me only 2 more lectures after today. 1% per month or part of it. Ye clear hai? Start date and end date. Everyone? 16th March? Wrong. Because you did not then understand that 234B I can save till which date? Then my interest will start from, you want to correct yourself? 1st April of assessment year. Simple hai? I am given time till when? From the next day, my interest will start. Due date also, return filing due date also, next day. Here, what is the last date? 31st March. So, interest from 1st April. And end date, I'll give you a hint because I want correct answer. Return filed or not filed, timely filed or late filed is irrelevant here because return is taken care of in 234A. B is not about your return. B is calculated for that mistake. So if you take this hint, you will be able to give me the correct answer. You want to guess when it will stop? The moment we make our, you understand, A was for return. This is for, in A, payment entered because of Supreme Court decision. Otherwise, it was filing payment. But of course, here also that part will apply. If your AO passes order first, then it is going to be whichever is earlier. Payment or order, whichever is earlier. This is your calculation of 234B. Everyone. And with this, we come to the third and the last section, interest under section 234C. This is not non-payment, but delay in payment of advance tax, disrespect of your individual due date, delay in payment of advance tax, late payment of advance tax, disrespect of due dates. Let us understand. Example, liability 1.5 lakh and TDS 50,000. Therefore, what is my final payable? Now, here is the problem that I explained to you in the advanced tax part of the explanation, that this I come to know only and only if the year gets over in the AY. But when the due date comes, June, September, December, March, I don't know this. So whatever I pay on estimate. On this date, I know that I should have paid 15,000, total 45,000, total 75,000, total 1 lakh. But that I come to know in AY. On the date, I had no idea. So I must have paid random estimated amounts, and shortfall will attract interest. Is what I told you about 234C. Let's learn the calculation. 234C calculation is a table. It's a format. You have to do it like that. First column will be the due date, because as we are aware, there are totally 4 due dates. First due date being 15th of June. My question to you is, on 15th of June, what is your liability in percentage? For this, you don't need any year end or assessment year. This is a part of the law. This we are very well aware. But my next column is going to be the liability in rupees. My next column is going to be the liability in rupees. Now, please understand. In this case, my answer will be, but the problem is that this I will come to know only when I come to know this. And this I come to know only after PY gets over. That means I come to know my liability only after year end. On 15th June, I had no bloody idea. I just paid it. And this will result in interest. Because when I made payment, I didn't know what ultimately my liability is going to be. Supposedly, assessee A, two assessees ka story I am giving you. Assessee A made advance tax payment of 10,000. And there is assessee B who made advance tax payment of 14,000. On which date? 15th June. Keep yourself on 15th of June. You don't know 1 lakh. You don't know 15,000. You just know what you have done in April, May and 15 days of June. So randomly you make payment. Now you have to keep your fingers crossed and patiently wait for year to get over. Year got over. Amount came at 1 lakh. So your duty came at 15. And you realize that whether you are A or B, do both of them have shortfall? A has how much shortfall? 5,000. B has how much shortfall? Now, if I had to only explain to you the calculation of 234C, the shortfall is your principal. Interest won't come on full amount, no, shortfall amount. Rate throughout the chapter is 1%. So that way I have to do this into 1%. No great thing. Wait. 234C is the easiest of all, because in the other cases you have to calculate the delay. Listen to me. You have to calculate that I file my return in November or December or January or February. Longer the delay, higher the interest. I make payment of advance tax till 31st March. If there is shortfall, now I have paid in April, May, June, July. The longer the delay, the higher the interest. 234B, the 234C is 2. Supposingly I pay on 16th of June. Am I late? By how much time? Wait, this means I have paid my 15th September installment. See, till 15th June I pay my June installment. After 15th June, whatever I pay is considered as September ka payment. That means even if I pay on 16th June, it will be considered that I am paying this installment. So, see, last date is last date. Before last date you pay, you are only complying a couple of days earlier. People pay their advance tax on 13 September, 14 September, etc. But 16 June will also be considered as. This simply means the period is fixed. 3 months ka interest will be calculated. This into 1% into 3 is your 234. So, if I miss 15th June, I calculate interest till September, 3 months. September ka interest I calculate till December, 3 months. December interest I calculate till March, 3 months. March, please be careful, everyone. For March, the remaining period in this financial year is only 16 days. Now, I can't split my interest calculation to another year because at one time I calculate tax and interest of this assessment. In this year, how many days are remaining? We can't calculate interest of days. So, 16 days we will consider as 1 month because part of a month. So, first 3 installments, the interest will be of 3 months, but last installment, the interest will be of 1 month. If I have to speak to 34C orally in front of you, principal is shortfall, interest is 1%, and period is 3, 3, 3, 1. Shortfall into 1% into 3, shortfall into 1% into 3, shortfall into 1% into 3, shortfall into 1% into 1 is to 34C orally. I just have to take this shortfall, take 1% and directly calculate the next 3 months time interest. Even if I pay 16th of June, it is taken for granted that I have paid for 15th of September, which means June to September, September to December, December to March, and March to 31st, so 1 month. But if that was the only thing, then I wouldn't have made such a big example. Here I am going to now relax all the anger that you have against me. Naina. Against that rule which says that shortfall will attract interest. Sir, this is unfair. This is nonsense, if I may say. I am paying interest after 2.5 months of financial year. I come to know my total income and tax in the AY. So you expect me to estimate 9.5 months on the basis of 2.5 months. So estimate has to go wrong. Estimate can be wrong. Ultimately, it is called estimate because it has scope of being wrong. Estimate can't be exact. You can't say exact estimate. How can it be exact estimate? Hello. And shortfall is attracting interest. We can't be unfair. And there is one precedence, there is one example to protect you also. 234B, think about it. Gives you time till 31st March. That's last day of the year. Till that date, so you are aware of your total income and tax. Almost aware, it's a matter of 1 day. फिर भी still we grant you 10% shortfall permission. Instead of 100, it is okay if you have paid 90 and we don't charge interest. On last day of the year, you are giving me 10% allowance. And so beginning in the year, you are not going to give me any difference or margin. Not fair, no? We will give you a permission wherein the rule is we will not levy any interest if 80% of your liability is paid. Please pay attention. What is your liability in June? In our example, 15,000. 15,000. If you have not paid 15, no problem. You pay 80% of 15. So 80% of 15 is 12% of total. Think about it. 80% of 15. Simple maths. You don't have to take maths in 12th standard to understand this. Very simple maths. What is 80% of 15? Think about it. 15,000 ka 80% is 12,000. Is that 12% of total? So the loss is, listen to this carefully. Pay 15%. However, no interest on anyone who has paid 12%. But like an idiot, don't apply 12% on this. 12% if you apply on this. Or to avoid this mistake, I always say 80 because 80 you can apply on this also. Do you understand? So what is 80% of 50? 12. If I pay 12, there won't be any interest. Or may I put it this way? I am getting 20% margin. So into 34B I get 10% margin. That is last day of the year. This is so early in the year, I am getting 20% margin. You understand? Hello. So let's talk about assessee B. Has he paid 15? B. Has he paid 15? No. But he has paid 12. You understood? Now let's talk about assessee A. A. Everyone. Has he paid 15? No. Has he paid 12? No. He has paid. If he would have paid only 2000 more, so there would have been no interest. Only 2000 more. But he did not pay that 2000. So now interest will come on 5000 because this is only a window. Finally, your interest will be 5000 and the rest of it I already discussed. 1% fixed, 3 month fixed. Only for this explanation, I am doing a big example and I am going to continue this till March. You understood this? Everyone? 100%. So first installment is how much? 15. But it's okay if we pay 12, which is 80% of 15. ये clear है? Fantastic. Now then, increase your levels of participation. How? 16th June to 15th July. तो बस तो part of a month is calculated how? 16th June to 15th July. 1 month. रुको ना. 16th July to 15th August. 1 month. 16th August to 15th September. 3 months. Wait. If my period also had 16th September. In case nahi hai because 15th is the due date. If 16th September was also in my period, then that becomes 3 months and 1 day. That would have become 4 months. We do rounding off over there. Are you trying to say this? That 15th June hai, so we will take June also. And 15th September hai, so we will take, means you mean to say June, July, August, September. With that logic, एक second. Supposingly, I want to calculate interest of this period. 1 second, no. Please let me speak, no. If I want to calculate interest of this period, these are 2 days. These are 2 days. So it should be 1 month. Minimum 1 month. Per month or part of a month. If I go by your calculation, you will take July and August 2 months. Because you are rounding off at both ends. You understood? Rounding off has to be done only towards the end. Rounding off can't be done at the beginning as well as the end. You understood? If this is my start date, 30th August is 1 month. And supposingly my interest is 31st July to 31st August, then it is 1 month and 1 day I will consider 2 months. Because 30th August to 1 month is over, no? कहाँ पे? अरे बाबा, in general I am saying any calculation. I am not giving you this calculation. In general, 31st July is not due date of any advance tax. क्या बात कर रहे हो आप? I am explaining general interest calculation to you. Please understand. If your start date is 31st July, in any calculation, not in this chapter, any interest calculation, your start date is 31st July. Your end date is 1st August. These are 2 days. Maximum round up to 1 month. You can't take round up at both ends. Because if you're doing that, that is what you doubt. That is what your doubt was here. You are saying, sir, June below, September below. How you got 4 months? Explain. June, July, August, September. But then you are rounding off June and September both. Don't you see that? You can round up at both ends. No? You can round up only at the end wala calculation. You don't light candles from both sides. You don't, Adnan, you don't ignite matchsticks from both sides, do you? Nahi, na? Arey, for that worshipping part, you don't. Do you? Nahi. Rounding up will happen only at one end. Are you clear? Next due date, 15th of September. Tell me the second column. This time you have to increase your participation. 45. This we know from the beginning, but this we will come to know only after year gets over. Now we are continuing the story of assessing A and B. Please understand. A and B both had made some payment last time. Are we taking this as total till date? So this also has to be total till date. For example, A had earlier paid. Now A paid 20 more. So A ka total till date becomes 30. Likewise, B had paid 14 earlier. B has paid 30 more. So B ka total becomes. Please understand that A ka story is continuing here and B ka story is continuing here. Are we taking total payable 45,000 total? Then paid also we will take till date total because we calculated interest till September only. So whatever is the shortfall from this date till the next date, total basis. Correct? Do both have shortfall? 15,000 and 1,000. If no explanation is given, so multiply by 1% and 3 months. And now you are clear 3 months how? But then, are we still early in the year? Half year is also not over. So again, we will give you one margin, same margin. You participate more. No interest if 80% of your liability is paid. So, in case of 15, we could have paid till 12. You will have to tell me. Instead of 45, how much can I pay? And there won't be any interest on it. Instead of 45, if I pay 36. Sir, what is 80% of 45? 36. So can I say 80% of 45 is 36% of total? So please pay attention. What is my total payable? 45. A and B both have not paid 45 because both have shortfall. And are we checking payable total? So paid also we are checking total. You understand? Cumulative figures we are taking. Both have shortfall. But has any one of them paid 36 also? So no interest. Nil as 36% is paid because we are giving you window. Correct? Now let's talk about A. Has he paid 45? No. He's not even paid 36. How much he has paid? 30. 30 cumulative. How much extra he should have paid to no interest? 6,000 more. But if he has not paid that 6,000, interest will come on full 15,000. Now I think you are understanding 234C. Understood? For 15 you can pay 12. For 45 you can pay 36. But if you don't pay 12 or 36, interest will come on entire shop. Everyone is clear? Fantastic. 15th of December. 75%. This we will come to know only after year gets over. On this date we will again make estimated payments. But do you realize whatever we pay now is basically over and above my previous payments? Am I taking liability also cumulative? So paid amount also I will take cumulative. For example, assessee A. Till date he has paid. Say he paid 25 more for the December installment. So what is his total? 55. And assessee B. He paid till date. He paid 20 more. So his total till date is. Do both have shortfall? Do both have shortfall? Yes. 20,000 and what is your mind thinking first? I want to know that. Percentage. How much percentage? No percentage. 1%. 3 months. Very important. No further margin relaxation, ratio, gap, freeway. No further shortfall will be allowed. In other words, instead of 15 I can pay 12, no interest. Instead of 45 I can pay 36, no interest. At 75 I have to pay 75. If I pay 74.9 also interest. Here for example 75,000. I pay 74,999 rupees. I will have interest on 1 rupee. Bro, we are in December. Year is near completion. You still can't estimate. But pay interest on entire shortfall. So we are going to get a 20% margin. You understand how 20? Because 80 is permitted. So shortfall of 20. But we will get that margin only and only in our first two installments. Only and only in our first two installments. Everyone is clear? No further margin, no further window, no further khidki darwaja is going to be allowed. Everyone is clear? So you get 20% shortfall only for the first two installments. Perfect. 15th of March, finally, 100%, 1 lakh. Again, after this, I must have paid something. Assessee A, for example, has paid 20,000 more. So how much is the total? 75,000. And assessee B has paid, say, 30,000. So how much is the total paid by assessee B? 94,000. Do both of them have shortfall? 25,000 and 6,000. B has paid 80%. So no interest or yes interest? Yes interest, because the 20% margin is allowed only and only and only in the first two installments. So first two installments, if you are not careful of 20%, you make a mistake. Third installment, if you do 20%, then you are making a mistake, because 1 rupee is also not allowed. Fourth installment, you won't make that mistake, I trust, because you know very well that by the fourth installment you don't get any shortfall. So you won't make this mistake. Are all of you all going to apply interest of 1%? Yes, but you know what mistake you will make in the fourth installment? This time you have to multiply by. I'll tell you the mistake that students make in every installment. First installment, you have to check 15/12. Second installment, you have to check 40/36. Third installment, you don't have to check. Fourth installment, I know you will not check, but you will not be careful about. So these are the mistakes that you can make. Shortfall 1%, 3, 3, 3, and 1. And first two installments will give you 20% margin allowance. Understood? So let us conclude. What do we learn here? You have to be careful. Therefore, 80%. That is, can I say 20% margin allowed? Which means instead of 15, I can pay 12. And instead of 45, I can pay 36. But only in first two installments. Be very careful about this. I am only summarizing the mistakes that you will make. So, in 15 December installment, there is no margin. ये clear है? First two, you don't check margin, you will make mistake. Third, you check margin, you will make mistake. Fourth, 15th March, you know what mistake you will make? Only 1 month. You won't make the margin mistake, but you can make this mistake. Correct? Hai? Next, you want more knowledge? If there is an assessee who is taking 44 AD, what do you know about their advanced tax rule? That means June, September, December not applicable. Only last installment is applicable. Then only last calculation will be done. Please pay attention. Their calculation is absolutely same, but the first three are not applicable to them. Otherwise, is their calculation same? Yes. So 44 AD people will do only this much calculation. The first three installments are not applicable. Even if they have not paid anything and they directly make this payment, still the calculation will be same. Sir, why didn't you tell about them in 234B? See if you understand. 234B is not calculated on 15th March. It is calculated on 31st March. Correct? At 31st March, they are same as all other assessees because 15th March 100% is applicable. So 31st March, that is 234B calculation. If you don't understand, let me clarify. Their 234B is fully same because they also have to pay 100% in 31st March because last installment is applicable. So 234B, there is no change in their calculation. And believe me, listen to this if you understand. 234C also is same calculation only, just that first three are not applicable, only the last one is applicable. Otherwise, calculation is same only. You understood? You want more knowledge? Okay, I give you more knowledge. See, if you observe the assessee A, only observe assessee A. He has paid 75,000. I am giving him some advice. Pay at least 15,000 more till Because these are his payments till 15 March. Pay at least 15,000 more. Will this calculation change if he makes that payment? No. That means still he will have same 234C. Sir, then why are you making him pay? Why? To save 234B. Sir, then why you don't give that advice to assessee B? Because he has already paid 44%, 94%. He has already paid that. ये clear है? Everyone? Fantastic. Last point. Here. If you have earned following incomes, there will be no 234C on their tax for the installments which are over before earning them. For the installments which are over before earning them. Ignore. First, let me give you the names of those incomes. Then we'll come back to the concept. Supposingly you have earned, and actually I was going to discuss this point at this stage only, but very rightly, because one thing you know about yourself as a batch, you have caliber, you have brains. You don't belong to a category of students where I can openly say in class, "Tum pagal log ho, you don't do CA." It is not for you. CA is for you because you belong to that category. You have that caliber. Not everyone is fit to do CA. You are fit, which is why even before I could come to the point, it was a doubt in the class itself, in today's lecture itself. See the following incomes and tell me if you have something special about them. I have income in the form of capital gain. I have income in the form of casual winning. I have income in the form of dividend. I have income in the form of PGBP, but wait, I am earning PGBP for the first time in my life. You want to tell me anything specific or special about these incomes? These are incomes that can't be estimated. Capital gain will happen suddenly. It does not happen every day. Otherwise, it is PG. Casual winning is casual winning. You don't know that you are going to have it. Dividend is under the comfort of the company. As far as PGBP is concerned, it can be predicted. It's a regular activity. So that way, sir, why are you writing this amongst the unpredictable incomes? Because, and see if you understand this statement, first time business is same as gambling. You understand the depth of this statement? Starting a new business is not short of gambling. It is like gambling. You don't know whether you will be successful. These are incomes that cannot be predicted. Supposingly you have your attempt, say May attempt, CA finding. July May your result is out. By the time your result is out, your June ka installment is already gone. You are still confused for 1 month what I should do, what I should not do. Should I do traditional practice or job or industry or start my own business? You decide to become a content creator. You post your first, abhi kya hai? You people that has become career. People have started making content creators their idols. So you decide to start that career. I'm not against that career. Just don't give wrong influence to students. Just don't teach wrong things to students only because they are following. So 1st October you post your first video. So by that time September installment is also gone. 1st October you post your first video and it becomes viral over. Everyone is reposting, resharing. And social media ke era mein, in this era, you know, a lot of things become viral overnight. Anything that is going on viral these days. Today, last 2 days, believe me, only thing social media is showing me is बबीता जी, आज मैं आपको अपने दिल की बात बोले, बम बम बोले, दिल के राज खुले. That TV serial, which is very famous in Mumbai, it's a Hindi TV serial, and in that, some years ago, there was one segment in which they showed Shivratri, where the lead actor of the show consumes bhang, and he is doing all those antics, and that was one of the most popular segment of that TV serial. Last 2 days, only that is visible. So anything that has got more engagement in terms of sharing, comment, etc., Instagram automatically boosts it. So somehow your content was too good. People started liking you. You go viral overnight. Everyone wants you. Companies want you. Brands want you. And now wo podcast where you also charge a few lakh rupees to invite guests. The guest will give you those 3-4 lakh rupees, and the guest will tell you, ask me these questions. The guest will only tell you, ask me my income. I will tell on your show what is my income. The guest will tell you, so basically it is marketing done by guest, and the fees that is paid to you is marketing cost. है ना? You earn lakhs of rupees from October to March in 6 months. Everyone is with me. You are in 30% bracket. If you are having such a high amount of tax liability, that means there will be some tax payment. Then there will be some 15% and 45 also. But those installments were over even before you started. See, next year you can predict because you are already in the zone. But first time when you start your business, it is nothing less than gambling. These incomes cannot be predicted. But here is the problem. Is it possible that these incomes I have earned late during the year? In a way that there are some installments which are over before I earned these. I earn capital gain, casual winning, maybe 1st January. So by the time I earn this income, June, September, December, all are gone. So what I will do is, in such a case, I will split my total tax payable into 2 parts. Tax on these incomes and tax on other incomes. This tax I will have to pay all my 4 installments because this is my predictable tax. But is this sudden and surprising income ka tax? And you now know the definition of sudden and surprising income. So this tax will be taken only in installments that come after earning these incomes. Any installment which is over, now read the heading that we have written. Any installment that is over before I earn these sudden incomes, I won't consider their tax for 234C purposes. Understood, everyone? Fantastic. That was your 234C. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, debut Sajjano Mitro, congratulations, Badhai ho, Abhinandan. That's your chapter, interest under 234 ABC, along with advanced tax and interest. Now, 234 ABC chapter starts on what page? 219. Questions of the chapter are starting on page number 221. Question number 205, page number 221. Just to let you know, after this only one chapter and 2 lectures. Question number 205, page number 221.
The following particulars are furnished by the rate for the previous year 24-25. Tax on total income 2 lakhs. Advance taxes paid in June 24 10,000. 14 September 24 20,000. 12 December 24 30,000. 15th March 25 60,000. Compute interest under section 234C.
I just want to know, is this the total advance tax paid? What is this total? 30, 30, 60, 60, 60, 120. Is 1,20,000 the total advance tax paid? There is still shortfall of 80,000. That shortfall will attract 234B also. Do you understand? But they are not asking. You know why they are not asking? One, they have not given when I paid this balance. See, I must have paid this balance somewhere in the assessment year as self-assessment tax. But if they don't give me the date of payment, so I don't know 234B will come for how much time. And they have not given me about due date of return filing and all. So they can't ask me 234A also. With the limited data, they can ask only 234C. Now, 234C calculation always will work in a particular format. Now, see if you understand, we just did 234C. First column is always going to be the due date. What is the first due date? 15th of June. What is the liability in percentage? 15. What is the liability in rupees? This I come to know only after I know my 2 lakh rupees. NTTI, which is in this question directly tax is given. If they give income, we have to calculate tax. Obviously, you are right. But here they have directly given tax. So do you understand? 15% of 2 lakh is 30,000, which I come to know on year end. But till that date, how much advance tax I have paid? 10,000. Correct? Is there a shortfall? 20,000. So there will be interest. I want to know what is going on in your mind. What are you going to do here? 80% of 30,000 you will have to check. If you don't check, even if you do it correctly, you are wrong. Even if you do it correctly, you are wrong. We are not here to solve this question. We are here to solve anything and everything. Did you think about 80% of 30,000? Then you are right. But of course, have I paid 80%? No. That is 24. If I would have paid 24, no interest. But I have paid only 10. So interest on 14,000? No. When it will come on entire amount. And do you realize how the rest of it is so easy? Oh, 600. That you and your calculator do the romance for the rest of your life. That is not something that I am interested in. I am interested in sorting a thought process here. What you should be thinking is more important than what you are writing. Because if you think correct, you automatically write correct. Next. 15 September. This will be 45. So this will be 90,000. Will I write 20,000? No. Because I am going to take this also cumulative. Liability and paid both cumulative. What are you thinking? 80%. Yes. Have I paid 80? No. Then interest will come on entire shortfall. Correct? Next. 15th of December. 75%. That means I should have paid. But what is the total that I have paid? 60,000. What are you thinking? 80%? No. Directly the shortfall of 90,000 will be liable for interest. Correct? And finally 15th of March. 100%. 2 lakh. But I have paid 1,20,000. What are you thinking? Nothing to be checked. Directly say 80,000 1% and 1 month. 1 month. This is how you are going to get your 234C. 234C always works in a pro forma, in a format. ये clear है? चलो, let's go ahead. Next question.
The following particulars are furnished by Mr. A for the previous year 24-25. Tax on total income 1,60,000. TDS 10,000.
1 minute. Therefore, can we conclude that the payable is 1,50,000, which makes him liable for advance tax. What is the advance tax paid?
15th June 24, 10,000. 14th September 24, 20,000. 12th December 24, 30,000. 15th March 25, 60,000. Compute interest under section 234B and 234C, assuming the balance amount of tax along with interest was paid on 10th October 25 at the time of filing.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, do you understand? They have said that we have paid balance on 10th October. First of all, what is that balance? What is this total advance tax paid? 1,20,000. That means, do you understand? The balance was 30,000. And this 30,000 we paid when? On 10th October when we filed our return. So in this question, have they given us date of balance payment? So we can also calculate 234B. And thus we will do that also. Now, in the previous question, I did explain to you format of 234C. Let's understand 234B format also. You don't calculate it directly. You know what should be your thought process. First is what is my final payable? Because final payable is not 160. And how much is the total advance tax? 1,20,000. So in this total, what is my shortfall? 30,000. What are you thinking? I will first see, is this 80%? Sorry, is this 90%? Is this 90%? What is 90 of 150? Is this less than 90%? This 1,20,000, is this less than 90%? Yes. Supposingly, we apply 90% on 150. How much we get? That means, can I say if 135 was paid, there would have been no 234B? But there will be now 234B on how much? 15,000? Entire 30,000. As advance tax is less than 90%, there will be 234B on entire shortfall. Please understand the way of calculating 234B. I have to do principal into rate into time. So I have to multiply three things. In this also, this is not difficult. But in 234B, your first step is going to be write the principal. Because there is principal, there will be period. Of course, when will this start? 1st April and go on till October. So April, May, June, July, August, September. October only 10 days. So we can ignore. Will we take October? Yes. Now if I leave this solution like this in your notes, answer you will get. But you are not understanding that tomorrow when you sit and revise, you should know that I calculated like this. First principle, then finally I focus on the time. Because when we do 234A late filing of return, it's not like that. It is like this. I will first see the delay. Then I will apply the rate. Then I will see how much is the principal. So 234C will always be in this format. B will be principal, rate and time. A I will do when we get a question. Till now it is B and C. And if they are also asking 234C to us, do you have the full format? You have the full format? So we'll quickly do this. Liability in rupees paid, and how much will be the interest? Liability in rupees, 15% of 1,50,000, because we will apply on final pay. Till that date I paid how much? What are you thinking? 80% of 20 to 500. Is that paid? Bro, this is less than 50%. That means, can I say 12,500, 1% and 3 months? Come on, speed up. Tell me, next what? 15 September. What? 45% of 150. 67,500. Total paid 30,000, sir, because cumulative we are saying. What are you thinking? 80%. Not paid. So 37,500 into 1% into 3. Next. 15 December. What? 75%. 1,12,500. Paid till that total 60,000. Now what? Direct shortfall. How much? 50 to 500. 1%. 3 months. And finally 15th of March. Total 150. Paid till date 120. Shortfall of 30,000 and into. Clear hai? Fantastic. Next question. 207.
Mr. X has a tax liability of 1 lakh and the advance tax paid amounted to 14 June 24 30,000, 14 September 24 20,000, 12 December 24 30,000, 15th March 25 32,000. Compute interest under section 234B and 234C.
Let's compute 234B and C. First, 234B. What is my payable? 1 lakh. Paid 95,000. So 234B. Shortfall of 5,000. I mean, they have not given date of balance payment. No difficulty. More than 90? No. Equal to or more than 90. If this was exact 90, still my answer will be same. Correct hai? And as far as 234C is concerned, very easy. First installment 15,000. I have paid 13,000. So interest will come on 2,000. No, nil, as 12% is paid. Second, 45,000. I have paid 33. Sir, because paid, payable both will be total. Here will there be interest? Only 3,000 more, there would have been no interest. But now there will be interest on entire amount. Fantastic. Next, 75,000 and paid is 60. 60. This time 80% is paid. No, it is paid. Still there will be interest on entire amount of 12,000. 1%, 3 months, and finally 1 lakh. And we have paid 95. 90% is paid. Still there will be interest on 5,000. 1%, 1. Fantastic. 208.
Refer question 206. Calculate the total interest payable under section 234A if the return filing date is 31st July 25.
Refer 206. This question. Is there delay in filing return because they are giving us due date? I am late by how much time? See, if July was the due date, that means August, September, October we have to take or no? We have to, because part. Correct? Hai? So is there delay? Dekho, first of all 234A can come only if there is delay. So is there delay? 208 hai na? Is there delay? How does 234A work? Everyone focus. First I will see my delay and write this. August, September and October, part of a month, so we will take one. Then I will write, that means 234A will always be calculated like this. B will be principal rate time, and in A we take time first, and C is a different format. Now we will go and see how much will be the amount. How much will be the amount? 1,50,000. Wrong answer. You have any other answer? 1,60,000. Wrong answer. I thought it was easy. After Supreme Court judgment of Dr. Pranay Roy, if there is any amount that is paid, it has to be removed from your removed from your principal, and thus we will take only the amount of shortfall of 30,000. Did you understand? So this interest will be calculated only and only on principal of 30,000. Are they understood? See, 160 is your liability. If there is 10,000 TDS, government has already received. And if you have paid 120 as advance tax, so that also government has received. What was the whole case law of Dr. Pranay? Or all you understood was full form of NDTP and PBL? What was the case? That if I have made payment, then give me credit. So, if I have made payment, then I will get credit. And therefore, I will pay interest only on. Understood? Chalo next. 209.
Mr. Z is covered under presumptive taxation scheme of section 4480. Total tax payable 1 lakh. This was paid as under 15th March 40,000. The balance was paid on 10th August 25 at the time of filing return. Due date being 31st July 25. Compute interest payable.
Now there is a problem in the question. They are not asking you which interest. So which one will you calculate? B, lol. C, lol. Both lol. 3 of them. Pagal log. One is saying A, no. B, no. C, no. Both of them. When you say A, B, C, so it is not 3. It is not 2. It is 3. How do you say? This is both of them? Both of them. I know you all do it purposely. I know. See, with me, you are purposely doing it, no problem. Exam में don't do that. First thing that we will calculate it with that we will क्या बोल रहा है? That we will calculate 234A. Is there a delay in filing return? Yes. How much time? I filed my return on 10th of August. So that delay is only 10 days. But I will still take 1 month, 1%. Now, what is my tax liability? Liability, I am asking. 1 lakh. But have I paid some advance tax? Yes. How much I have paid? So outstanding is only, and therefore interest will come only on. Correct hai? Let's talk about 234B. How much is the liability? 1 lakh. But I have paid advance tax of 40,000. So payable is 1 lakh. Paid is 40,000. As less than 90%. Therefore, there will be 234B. Yes or no? On how much? Entire shortfall of 60,000 into 1% into 1 month. 1 month. Huh? Huh? Why 5? Because A is after due date of return filing. B is from 1st April. So for B, it will be April, May, June, July, August. Hello? Correct or no? And what about 234C? First, 15th June. How much I have paid? 40,000. तुम नशा वशा करते हो, पागल हो? You heard what I said. 15th June. How much I have paid? Nothing. That means, can I say there will be interest on full 15,000? No. Presumptive. So June, September, December, not applicable. We have only 15th of March. How much is payable? Full 1 lakh. And how much I paid? 40,000. So this shortfall, 1%. 1 month. Because only March wala installment is applicable. Are you understood or no? Fantastic. Question 210.
Mr. X is having a total income of 18 lakhs for previous year 24-25. TDS 6,600. Entire tax was paid and return was filed on 12 December 25. Due date being 31st July 25. Compute interest payable. Assume not opted for 115 days.
That means he is in the old regime. So, what have they given us? Of 18 lakh. So, what we do is 18 lakh minus 6,600. Nahin, gadede. 18 lakh is NTTI. First, calculate tax liability as per old regime on 18 lakh. Calculate. Huh? 366,600. Sir, how? 8 lakh into 30%, 240 plus 1 lakh 12,500. That's 350 to 500 plus 4%. 4% says sir? Fantastic. So 366,600 minus there is some TDS given to us 6,000. This gives me my payable 3,60,000. Everyone is with me? Now, what is the question giving me? That he filed his return on 12th of December. Due date was 31st of July. Compute the interest payable. Sir, which interest? That they are not asking only. So, which one? Both. Both. All three of them. First, 234A. Is there a delay in filing return? How much is the delay in filing? Bolo. August, September, October, November, December. 5 months. 1% of. Do you realize nothing is paid for entire? But it will work like this. Because 234A always period first. Now let's talk about 234B. He has not paid a single rupee of advance tax. You have the brain to understand. That means obviously there will be 234B on entire 360. 1%. Only thing is this will work like this. How much time? How 9? Because this will be calculated from April. So 234A is calculated after due date, but B is calculated from April. Fantastic, perfect. And what about 234C? Think about it. He has not opted for presumptive taxes. Acha, not given only. So we will not talk about presumptive. We'll have to calculate 44 installments. First installment, 15th June. What will be his liability? 15%, 54,000. And what has he paid? Bro, throughout the year, his paid is 0 only. That means, can I say this only is shortfall? 1% 3. Okay, 15th of September, 1,62,000. This is only the shortfall. 1%, 3 months. 15th of क्या कर रहे रे पागल? हाँ, 75%. This is only the shortfall. And 15th of March, 3,60,000. हाँ हाँ हाँ, correct है. Fantastic. Question 211.
Mr. X is having a rental income of 4 lakhs, amount received from property in Mumbai. Also, he is having interest income of 35,000 from fixed deposits. TDS is 350. Entire tax paid and return filed on 1st December 25. Compute interest payable, return due date 31st July 25.
Again, when nothing is given, we will calculate all the three. Can I say 4,35,000 is our total amount? On this, we will have to calculate 15%, 45%, 70%. No, क्यों? Because this is income hai. Oh, very smart. So what do we have to do? Calculate first the deduction. Huh? Huh? Which section? ATTT? Nonsense. There was one mistake that you will 100% make in the bank interest ka deduction. What were the differences between ATTT and TTB that I told you to be careful about? One difference, TTB is for senior citizen, resident. You will not make the mistake. Second difference is the maximum threshold. TTA ka different. TTA ka threshold is B ka. And there is the third difference, which you will go wrong and institute will always test you on that, and you made that mistake. Kya? What? नहीं, what? क्या FD पे इंटरेस्ट, FD पे इंटरेस्ट मिलता है. टॉक अबाउट द टैक्स पार्ट. TTA gives you only saving account interest unless you are senior citizen. FD interest there is no deduction. First be clear. Secondly, supposingly this was senior citizen and you get deduction, or supposingly this was saving account and you get TTA deduction even if you are not senior citizen. Yeah, you will directly start your question with deduction. So you use your brain and understand. First you calculate income. No, without GTI, why are you discussing deduction? That means your chronology is only not correct in your brain. You are lacking immense practice. You don't understand deduction is not the first thing in your total income calculation. How do you start your income calculation? House property. Huh? Entity hai na. What has he earned? He has earned rental income. If the question starts by saying rental income, that means they have computed. But then if immediately in bracket they say amount received, that means first thing you have made a mistake here also. That house property 4 lakh rupees given to you is not your answer. Your answer is going to be 2,80,000 because this is amount received and therefore we have to give standard deduction. Then you have got what? FD interest being your IFOS of 35,000. This is your GTI and Gadida, listen. There is no TTB deduction here because this is not a senior citizen. Your NTTI is also this only. And like an idiot, don't subtract the TDS in the income. TDS ka credit will be given against your tax. So first calculate tax, no? First calculate tax. 60,000. Tax calculation करने को नहीं. 380. 3380. How you got that? 5% of 65,000. Basic exemption is how much? So what is the remaining amount? उस पे what rate you applied and what amount you got? 3250. Then what you did? 4% cess. So what's your tax liability? Nonsense. Nonsense. Welcome to direct tax. Every time you think you are right, you are wrong. She will find out some mistake. She who studying direct tax is like getting married. Whenever you think you have not made any mistake, you don't know you have made a mistake. And problem is that you don't even know that you have made a mistake. You have to tolerate the mood swings. You have to look at the facial expression and get the mood. Game चल रहा है. Everyday game is going. You can't go and ask, can I go out with my friends? No, because she won't say no. The problem is that how can you come and ask a question like this? You should directly say no to your friends without asking. You should only not want to go. That means you should be able to predict these things. Direct tax is going to prepare you for your upcoming life. Every time you think you are right, you are wrong. Welcome to direct tax. Rebate, no tax, no tax, so no question of any interest. Correct hai? Okay, next. 212.
Mr. X furnishes the following information to determine the advance tax payable by him. Tax on business income 10 lakhs, subsequent year of business. Tax on capital gains 2 lakhs arose on 10 December 24. How advance tax should be paid?
First of all, these amounts are not income. They are tax. So total tax is 12 lakh. But they are still given split. You know why? Because this tax, we have to pay all the 4 installments. This is not first year of business. So this is predictable tax. But this tax is sudden. On this, you have to pay only your 75 and 100. That is basically your 15th December installment and 15th March. For your sudden and surprising incomes, you have to pay advance tax only for the installments which come after you have earned those incomes. Is that clear? Everyone? Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Deviyo Sajjano Mitro, that was your chapter called Advanced Tax and Interest, the second last chapter of your syllabus. We continue the lecture after a break of 10 minutes. In the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back. Deviyo Sajjano Mitro. You know what? We are done with all chapters and only one chapter that way is left in our syllabus. What is that chapter? So, you want to guess what I am now going to do with you? TDS I will do. What an excellent guess. Good. And what if I tell you that this guess is also a wrong guess? Only one chapter is left. TDS. Kya bola bro? Only one chapter is left. TDS. And you instantly guess what? That I am going to be doing TDS. Correct? And after that you are thinking, sir, obviously only one chapter is left and we are saying you will do that one chapter. So are we wrong? Are we wrong? Yes. So I am not doing TDS right now. अब doubt ये है कि sir, if you are not doing TDS and that is the only thing left, then what will you be doing? TCS? ये पागल लोग. TDS and TCS is one and the same chapter. Even if in the index it is split into 2 different chapters, in CA final our name of the chapter is recovery of taxes, TDS plus TCS. and I am going to be doing TDS, TCS together only. So if I am saying I am not doing TDS, that means I am not doing TDS or TCS, in case it was not clear. Re pagal do. Matlab, let me be clear one more time for those who have not understood. I am not doing TDS or TCS. I am not doing TDS or TCS. The big doubt arises, sir. TDS, TCS is the only chapter left, and you are not doing TDS, TCS. So what are you doing? Chalo, Antakshari, Maseko. And by the way, I forgot. Actually, I gave you 10-minute break, and when the break started, I realized that today it is not 12 to 4, it is 4:30. And the 4.5 lecture can't be 10 minutes break. Then I have to give you extra break. So I did give extra break. I came more than 15 minutes after. So yes, we still have 1 hour 5 minutes left for today's lecture. Sir, yaar, sir, yaar. है ना? So what will we do for this 1 hour and 5 minutes? Katti. क्या भूल भुलैया 3 देख के आया? भोला भाला सा सीधा साधा मैं. This song is definitely not for you. लगी चोट ऐसी मेरे बोले दिल. You don't have a bola dil. So what are we going to do? You pagal log. You don't want to remember anything. So everything I only have to keep in mind. And by chance my mind skips something. So your mind does not retain anything. So you will be in trouble, because what if I tell you that I still have to do with you a concept called done? Scheme of partial integration under agriculture income. I told you after I teach you tax rates, I am going to be doing this. Long-term memory loss. You are no longer short-term memory loss. By now you have become long-term memory loss. है ना? नहीं. Under agriculture income, we have the concept. In order to understand the concept, what exactly is the scheme of partial integration? Please understand. I am going to be having two people in front of you. I have got an assessee A and assessee B. Both of them have got taxable income of rupees 8 lakh. So, logically speaking, both of them should be paying the same tax. All taxable income normal rates. Correct? Hai? Apart from that, there is also some agriculture income which is earned by A, 6 lakh rupees, but not earned by B. So if I ask you the total earned income, can I say here it is 14, here it is 8 only? While the income which is earned by both of them is different, but the total taxable income is same, which simply means both of them will be paying the same tax. If I have to calculate the tax that B is going to pay, assuming old regime, if I ask you to calculate the tax of B, assuming old regime, first 2,50,000 there will be no tax. Next we will have 12,500, and next from 5 lakh to 8 lakh we will have 20%. 20% of 3 lakh gives us 60,000. 70 to 500 plus HEC of 4% is going to be the tax. Oh, calculators. You understand? And do you understand the tax here is going to be same? Somewhere this is not fair, because the paying capacity of A is higher than B. A has earned much more income compared to B. You agree with that? We all agree that agriculture income is not taxable. At the same time, we are aware that our government is not liking the fact, because there are farmers in the states of Punjab, Haryana. I am not talking about the farmer of Maharashtra. While we are talking, one farmer in Maharashtra has killed himself. But I am talking about the rich farmers of Punjab and Haryana. They are earning income in crores of rupees. However, they are not paying any tax. Now, our government is not liking, but our government cannot make agriculture taxable. One constitutional reason, one sentimental reason. Constitutionally, central government can't tax agriculture, and state government can't levy tax on income. and sentimental in our country. Cow, Sri Ram, farmer, armed forces. You have to be very careful about dealing with sensitive issues. Our government saying agriculture income is taxable. The whole country will be on the streets, not knowing the idea. So one thing is clear: we will not tax 8 lakh. We will not tax 6 lakh, 6 lakh, 6 lakh. We will tax only 8 lakh, 8 lakh, 8 lakh. But if we tax only 8 lakh and the tax is same as B, it will be unfair on B. Will we tax 8 lakh? 8 lakh? Yes. Taxable income of A is 8 lakh. It will remain 8 lakh. We are not going to tax 6. We are not going to tax 6. But what rate will apply on 8 lakh? That is in our control. Are we taxing 6 lakh? No. We will tax only 8 lakh. Agriculture will remain exempt, remain exempt, remain exempt, remain exempt. But taxable income should be taxable at what rate? That government will decide. Same income will be taxable at higher rate. And that is scheme of partial integration to indirectly tax your agriculture income. First, I will explain this concept with logic. Then I will show you some magic. Pehले logic. If this is my slab rate, do you understand? First 2.5 lakh is basic exemption limit of 0%. Next 2.5 lakh is 5% bracket. Next 5 lakh is 20% bracket, and then infinity we have 30% because of assuming gold touching. After 10 lakh everything is 30. What are we doing? We are picking up. देखो B का तो tax calculation is over. B में there is no agriculture income. Scheme of partial integration is applicable only those who have this agriculture. Let's focus on assessing A. Answer what I am asking. Taxable income 8 lakh. Agriculture income therefore total 14. Obviously I can't bring 14 here. That will amount to taxing agriculture, which is not acceptable. I have to bring here how much? 8 lakh. But if I bring 8 lakh like I did for B, so first 250 nothing, then 5%, then 20%. That means that already 6 lakh 0%. Then 2.5 more 0%. Bro, you are taking too much of advantage. So are we going to bring 8 lakh here? Yes. Are we going to bring 8 lakh here? Yes. But not like we did for B. What we will do is, we will send our agriculture income in the slabs. Listen to me carefully. Listen to this. This is the part where you will understand scheme of partial integration. We will send agriculture income, which will come and finish my slabs. Do I have space in the slab? For example, in this slab, I have space of 2,50,000. Who will come here? Agriculture income. It won't be subjected to the 5% rate because it is exempt. We can't tax. But agriculture income will come and finish the slab. Bro, what all you have to do? Papi painters. Agriculture income will come and eat away your slabs. What are we going to do? We will first pick up our taxable income. How much is taxable income? Taxable income will come here. See, we can't be oversmart by saying basic exemption we are giving to agriculture income, which is already exempt. So taxable income will come here. How much is that? 8 lakh. Out of 8 lakh, how much will go away in your basic exemption? 2.5 lakh. Therefore, how much is my balance taxable income? 5.5 lakh. Everyone is with me? Now, going by normal tax calculation, I would have done what? Out of 550, send 2.5 here, 3 lakh here and finish? No, sir. Now, here what will come? My agriculture income will come. How much is my agriculture income? 6 lakh. And how much is the space in the slab? How much is the space in the slab? How much is the space in the 5% bracket? 2,50,000. That 250 is going to be eaten away by agriculture income. Slab gone. Do we have balance agriculture income? How much is the balance agriculture income? 3.5 lakh. But this slab is gone. Means this 5.5 is not going to be going to 5%. It has to go to the top bracket. Because who has finished off, eaten away the 5% bracket, the 5% rate. But mind you, while the slab is gone, there won't be any tax that will be calculated. So agriculture is coming here not for living tax, but for finishing the slab. Slab gone. Now, tell me one thing. Will you have to go to 20% slab? In 20% slab also, I will not bring my taxable first, because lower slab, who will come and consume? Agriculture. Answer what I am asking. Don't be stupid. Think and answer. How much is the space in this bracket? 5 lakh. To eat this space, I have got agriculture income remaining. So who will come? Agriculture will come. Will eat how much? 3.5. With that, do you understand? Agriculture income has become nil. But do I still have space in slab? How much is the space left? The moment agriculture is over, taxable will enter. Taxable with me is how much? 5.5. So how much of the taxable will enter? So now is this taxable income, and I will apply the tax. So what is the tax of this bracket? 30,000. And I still have balance. Please understand. How much is the balance? Taxable was 5.5. Out of that, 1.5 came here. So how much is taxable balance? 4 lakh. And now I will come here. Now agriculture is over. Otherwise, again, I would have first brought agriculture. So directly I will bring my taxable. And this is infinite space. So 4 lakh will come here. I will apply 30 and I will get my tax of 120. Which means the total tax I will get is, now understand, on B, we calculated tax at 8 lakh rupees, 70 to 500. For A, are we taxing 8 lakh? Think about it. 250 into 0, 150 into 20, and 4 lakh into 30. Are we taxing 8 lakhs and not levying any tax on agriculture? Not levying any tax. Then what is agriculture doing in my calculation? Only coming to eat my slabs. Matlab, the steps are, first I will give basic exemption to taxable income. You can't give basic exemption to exempt income. Basic exemption will be given to taxable income. Where basic exemption is over, slabs will start. Who will eat your slabs? Agriculture. First make agriculture eat all the lower slabs, lower slabs, lower slabs, lower slabs. The moment agriculture is over, for example, in this question, agriculture was only 2 lakh. Then here itself my taxable 50,000 would have come. You understand? If agriculture was 3 lakh, then 2.5 over here, 50,000 over here, balance space will be given to taxable. The moment agriculture is over, taxable will enter. So in our example, 5% bracket got over by agriculture. In 20% bracket, agriculture finished how much space? 3.5. We still had space of 1.5. So we give that space to taxable. And with this, the remaining taxable 4 lakh will go in that infinite bracket. Have we taxed 8 lakh only? But that 8 lakh is taxed at higher rate. We be clear. We are not allowed to tax agriculture. We are not taxing agriculture. Agriculture is coming and eating slabs, the lower ones, so that taxable goes in higher. Where agriculture stops, taxable starts. Have we taxed 8 lakh only? But for B, this answer was 70 to 500. For A, this answer is 1,50,000. And that is the scheme of partial integration in one sentence. Lower brackets will be given to agriculture income, not for taxing, but for finishing the slab. And where agriculture is over, taxable will start at the higher rates, of course. Yeah, this was the logic. You want magic? Okay, magic. Just perform the steps as I tell you. Step number 1. Give me agriculture plus non-agriculture income total. 14 lakh. Fantastic. Step number 2. Calculate basic tax on above. Basic tax. I am asking basic tax. You have to calculate basic tax. 2,32,000. We have assumed old regime. Step number 3. Take agriculture income plus basic exemption limit. Agriculture is 6 lakh plus basic exemption. So 8.5 lakh. Calculate basic tax on this. 82,000. How? First 250 nothing, then 12,500, and 350 ka 20 is 70. 70 plus 12,500 is 82. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the magic. Your final basic tax. Basic, huh? Basic will always be subjected to rebate, surcharge, cess. Your final basic tax is going to be tax at 2 minus tax at is this. Jadoo, 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 jadoo. Om, 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 om. Jadoo, you know? The alien. You know Jadoo the alien? Jadoo the alien? Bro, you are missing something really bad in life. You Google this. You know what is Jadoo? Magic. Jadoo. Google Jadoo the alien. Not now. Huh? He's so over enthusiastic. Bola, sir, okay, give us 5 minutes. No, not now. After class, you are anyways wasting time. So waste more time. Perfect. You understand the logic and the magic both. Logic is simple. Taxable income is taxable at higher rates. Exempt will remain exempt. Taxable will be taxable at higher rate. So this is where we understand the logic, and this is where we understand the magic. Maja aaya? Whether logic or magic, did you understand? Of course, this will be subjected to surcharge, cess, as the case may be, as may be applicable. Goes without saying. Obviously, that is going to be applicable. Needless to say. Everyone is clear on this? Pakka? 100%? Oh, so fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, that was your scheme of partial integration. However, this scheme of partial integration will be applicable only and only if the following conditions are fulfilled. Now you know why I could not teach you this concept before doing tax. Because unless and until you know slabs, exhausting of slabs, etc., it is not possible for you to understand. Everything has an appropriate time, and I look 18, but I have spent 18 years in taxation as a student plus teacher put together. I know what has to be done. Well, I look very young and handsome, but trust my experience because you have no other choice. Trust my experience because you have no other choice. Gen Z wants young faculties because old faculties will talk about old generation. They will give you example of Rajesh Khanna, which sometimes it is possible that even parents are not aware. And then when it comes to young faculties, does not even know that why this law was introduced so young, that does not even know yesterday only started teaching. That is also not possible. Someone who is young enough so that you can relate, and old enough so that knows also all the concepts. There's only one such case, जो है वो है अभी. Always say good things about yourself, publicly or privately. Privately also say good things about yourself because manifestation is very very real and true. And publicly to always say good things about yourself because for saying bad things there are plenty of people in the market. So always say good things about yourself when you are genuinely good. है ना चंदू? See, imagine Chandu also says good things about himself. तो क्या बोलता bad? Handsome. Hand pump. Scheme of partial integration is applicable only if the following conditions are fulfilled. Condition 1. You are an assessee who is individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. It is not applicable to companies and firms. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, come on. We have reached near, we are done with your syllabus. At least contribute to this in the form of logic. There are 3 conditions, and every condition has associated logic. and we are different from the rest of the country. Everyone may probably know what is the law. We got to know why. So for that you have to give me the answer. Why? Because they are having slabs, and partial integration is basically lower slabs finished by agriculture, so taxable goes in higher slabs. Company form have flat rate, there is no question of partial integration. Common sense. Rare sense. Rare sense. Common sense is uncommon. Rare sense. Okay, B. Your taxable income should be greater than basic exemption limit. Then only partial integration is applicable. Otherwise, not applicable. Bolo bhai. So bro, listen. If taxable income in this example was 2 lakh, so taxable income only will get over here. So where is the question of sending in higher bracket? You understand that logic? Or understand the second logic also. If taxable income is less than basic exemption, observe the calculation here. Are we taking agriculture income in both steps? This is your taxable income. This is your basic exemption. If this is more, then only this tax will be more. If taxable income is less than basic exemption, so the difference that we are calculating in this step will come negative. Negative can't be tax, no. Ultimately, taxable only below basic exemption, so tax will be 0. So taxable has to be more than basic exemption. Logic, bro, nothing is bigger than logic. And third, your agriculture income should be greater than rupees 5,000. If your agriculture income is not more than 5,000, so listen, garib, listen. If agriculture income is 4,000, what slab you will make it eat? 5% slab itself has a space of 2,50,000. It will eat 5,000 and remaining 245 is available for taxable. So an agriculture income below 5,000 is not doing any value addition for the government. At 5,000, 5% government is saving 250 rupees. Take it from me. You understand the accounting concept of materiality. 5,000 if you don't cross, bro, you are garib, you are normal loss, you do whatever you want to, government does not want to spit on you and waste its saliva. Hey Chandu, listen, stop giving those because you do dirtier things. Okay? Without any hesitation. So giving me reactions like Chandu doesn't suit you. Practice what you preach, preach what you practice. Right? Stop giving reactions, Chandu. Government does not want to waste your saliva, waste its saliva. People with agriculture income below 5,000. ये क्या कर रहा है waste? Chandu, what did you waste? कुछ तो ये बोला. Bro, please hesitate. Yeah, thank you. I'm saying hesitate, he's saying thank you. I did not compliment you that you are saying thank you. Hey Bhagwan. Do you ever record your own selfie videos? Do you so that you come to know that what did you say? No, isliye you are not changing. If you would have recorded yourself and seen yourself doing whatever you are doing in my class, you would have never repeated it. Well, any further comment? Because you are the only person in the class. You know, I'll tell you everyone how he comments. He will not, you know, he will look into the book. He will pretend that someone else has spoken. He's like, chor. As if someone, he's such a smart guy, and he thinks, and what if I tell you, Chandu, in my student days, I was the entertainment package of my entire batch. So I was the one who used to pass comments like this. Sir used to say 10,000 into 30%. I used to say 3,000. The talent, bro. But teachers knew that I was the person who was passing comments, but never took any action against me. Remember 50 admissions. Chandu, not in my wildest dreams I am comparing you with myself. So my standards are very, very high. Very, very high. But this is only to make you understand that if you think I don't notice, let me tell you, I do, I just allow it. Huh. Because in return, I get the chance to again and again call you Chandu. Chandu. Just imagine me making so much fun. Me making fun of one student who is absent. Hey, sir, I am not lying. You go and ask the doctor. Direct threat. Because otherwise, very sincere towards studies, and there is no mistake that I can find out. So she can threaten me like this. Correct, Chandu? So I can't make fun beyond the point. But when you yourself, so that gives me also some freedom. You understand, Chandu? So remember the accounting concept of materiality. Everyone is clear. So scheme of partial integration is applicable only when these three conditions are fulfilled. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your scheme of partial integration. And this brings us to the last chapter of our syllabus, that is TDS and TCS. TDS, TCS, tax deducted at source and tax collected at source. Oh, writers. Yeah. I will have to make you understand a very, very important thing of approaching the chapter TDS before I actually start with you the chapter TDS. First, you will have to understand what we are going to do here, how we are going to approach this chapter called TDS. Okay? Only if the tab works, otherwise, I declare the chapter over. Bas. Huh? Fantastic. Everyone is with me? सब होएगा, सब बताएगा. Don't worry. Jalaluddin Siddiqui, Nawazuddin Siddiqui. TDS modified raw copy. Fantastic. I have got some excellent show off that I am going to be doing. No, you don't guess. I will be telling you everything. Don't guess. Don't guess. No point guess. Chalna re. Raw copy. Open. होगा. Open. Hopefully. हाँ हुआ. Okay. Please understand. This chapter tax deducted at source in CA final. Okay. Don't refer Tribak. This chapter, listen to me. Listen to me. Okay, I am more handsome than my book because book is created by me only. This chapter TDS comes in CA final in a range of 14 to 16 marks. Out of total 70 lectures that we take at CA final, about 7 lectures are consumed on TDS even today in CA final. But of course, out of the sections which are taught at CA final, a good number of provisions, section, part not applicable at inter, or even if applicable, they have never been asked. There is a certain part which you can remove also. That will bring down the 7 into 3, 21 hours. So you can say about 2.5 lectures approximately will get removed, which means about 7-8 hours will be reduced, which still makes TDS a chapter of about 13 hours or so if we do the same manner of learning at CA intermediate with all the applicable provisions like we do at final. However, now the weightage of TDS in CA inter is about a minimum of 2 marks. It can come as an adjustment in your PGBP question if you are aware that TDS not deducted, so disallowance has to be invoked, and it can come in the PGBP income calculation part also. It can come as an adjustment in the total income. So your approximate weightage is minimum 2 marks. if they want to set an out of the box question paper, which is unexpected, unheard of, impossible, so the weightage will go up to 5 marks. The range of weightage of TDS is 2 to 5 marks. While 2 to 5, and that also last few years it has happened. About 3-4 years ago, that weightage was always 2 marks only. So at this stage in TDS chapter, I used to tell CA inter students, please don't use your brains you don't have also. Preserve them, because whenever you have something in limited supply, you should use very judiciously. Don't use your limited brain at places where it is not required. When you come to CA final, we will be doing it in perfect and absolute detail. But since they changed that to 2 to 5 marks, I cannot take any chance at all. So let's be clear. I am going to be doing all provisions of TDS at inter also. But sir, then you said that it comes to about 12-13 hours now. From here, if we calculate, we have about 8-9 hours that we are doing TDS. So what is this time that we are saving? While I don't want to skip a single provision or section of TDS, at the same time, it is inappropriate to consume 3 or 4 lectures of yours for a weightage of. You can't have the same number of marks or the same number of lectures. You and by the way, even after we supposedly do like that only, 4 or 5 lectures we consume, still you will not get that 5 out of 5 marks. Ultimately, you are going to score 2 to 3 marks. So where am I saving my time? I have almost completed your syllabus, and you know my manner of learning. Whether the first lecture or the last lecture, even if the lecture starts like this, it's a start of chapter. Every word written in the law is written, explained, examples, logic, everything is discussed. So there is a writing time, there is explanation time. If I talk about CA final, I have the privilege of showing you one of my recently concluded CA final batches. Here is your TDS chapter of CA final. 7 lectures, did I tell you? So this is how I start TDS in CA final. Do you see these points? Introductory points like I usually do in any chapter. Explanation of the basic of TDS, that the same example I actually use. 90,000 you pay to the pay, 10,000 you pay to the government, government will pay to the pay. Every point is then explained like this. The introduction only goes on for 1.5 lecture. This is still introduction. 1.5 lecture, sometimes 2 lectures. Here is where TDS ka sections actually start. Do you see that every section of TDS is written and explained? 192, 192A, 194, 194K, 194A. Do you see these sections? And do you see that everything of the chapter is written like we have done in the full syllabus of inter also? I can do the same thing, and that 4 lectures will be consumed. Explanation and writing. I am only going to skip the writing part of it, because whatever I write in class is basically this handwritten book of CA final. In CA final, it is chapter number 27 of the textbook. Therefore, it is chapter number 27. Everything is just written. Now then, of course, did I tell you it's a CA final book? So there are some provisions which are not a photo mat dekh. There are some provisions which are not. Every time there is a worthy photo of showing you, I will zoom and show you. Don't worry. Focus for now. Obviously, there will always be some provisions, some sections which are not applicable to intermediate. That's the gap of 2.5 lectures. You will be seeing them. You will be observing that. That part will be cancelled like this. Can you see these cancellations? Can you see this entire part which is cancelled? Whatever is being cancelled here is something that is not applicable only in CA inter syllabus. Of course, lot of things are applicable also. Okay, so this is one PDF that I have. I call it the TDS raw copy. Raw copy means only what is relevant at inter is retained, what is not applicable is cancelled. Correct? Now, while doing the chapter, while explaining the chapter, I always have the habit of, underlining something, highlighting something, telling you this is the payer, this is the payee. as the chapter progresses, we do explanation, highlighting, underline, etc. Throughout the chapter I will do. That will create our second copy of TDS, which is basically the class copy. In this, anything that is important, I will put a star. Anything that has to be highlighted, I'll probably do it like this. You see what is to be kept, cancel, this is take, yeah, this where I have to. While doing my explanation, there are a lot of things that I have to do. So what I am doing here, I can call it the class copy. I have got two PDFs of this TDS chapter. One is the raw copy. So I am going to start your chapter in the raw copy. As the chapter proceeds, I am going to be explaining, highlighting, underlining. This raw copy will convert into class copy. The raw copy will only tell you what data is applicable for me, what data is not applicable for me. The class copy will tell you what is important, what I have highlighted, point to be noted, because writer gang is always interested in that. So you will get all that data also. And that place in the app where your daily PDF are uploaded. For example, today's PDF only if you see. So this is that final one. You understood how we do TDS in final? Like we did your full syllabus and inter. Abhi now if I talk about today's PDF, this is what we studied today. It will be uploaded at today's date, 26 February. After today's date, in that list of PDF, you will find two PDFs. TDS modified for CA inter. The final ka book modified. Raw copy. Raw copy means only cancel the inapplicable part. TDS modified for CA inter class copy. Both PDFs will be uploaded at the same place. This full data will be given. Now, this gives me the luxury of doing the full TDS chapter with you without skipping a single section or provision and still not wasting the time of students for something that does not hold weightage. I have the option of saying, sir, 2 to 5 marks normal was chhodna hai. And you may possibly be okay with it also stating that, sir, enough of tolerating. And simple hai कि if I am now today declaring your syllabus is over, which I can very well do, the paycheck comes 2 days early, hopefully. Hopefully, batch over payment. So that is still better. But I can't take a chance because I don't want your base to be weak. In fact, I want to do the full chapter. So the time that I am saving is 3 to 4 hours of only not the writing part. Only the writing part will not be done. Everything that I write in class is converted into a font like this with attractive colors, memes as images, and that is our CA final handwritten book. Class ka handwritten notes in a better version is the CA final handwritten book for you. Of course, any student who enrolls for CA final, all the 5 books we give: class theory, class question answer. You all know your book 1 which you bring to class every day has theory and questions. In final, we split them into 2 because too much of theory and too many questions. So one book will become very thick. So these 2 books people carry to class every day. Then we have additional question bank, like you have your book 2. We have MCQ because at final MCQs are so big we can't merge additional question bank. So your book 2 in final also is split into 2. Book 1 that you have in inter is split into 2. Book 2 is also split into 2. So that makes it 4. And the 5th book is basically these class notes which I give you PDF on a daily basis. In final, this is converted into a excellent font, handwritten font book itself, and that becomes the 5th book in color format which is given to the students. I mean, just to let you know, because it is Mahashivratri and you know how much I follow Shivji, so you know very well that there has to be festival offers are always granted. Anybody who is learning through online portals or buying any kind of video lecture is always very well aware that on festivals there are always some offers, but it will be withdrawn immediately. So today is the first and the last day of the offer. Anything that you purchase from the website, 20% off is there. Coupon code is also already made public. Put it everywhere only. You'll get. I am not saying that you buy the book. I am just saying that this book contains everything that I write in class in better format, better colors, and to make it attractive, some latest trending memes also. So do we have our full handwritten note available? But that writing part will be saved. I am in my last chapter. Do I have to prove to you that I know everything that is written here by heart? एक minute. This is TDS of CA final. I do it like I did your entire syllabus without referring to any book. So obviously every word that is written here, obviously I am only written, but only so that we don't consume time in writing. That time will be saved and we don't have to skip anything. Do you understand this? Do you understand? We will be learning from the raw copy. As the chapter gets over, raw copy will convert into class copy and you will get access to same place, same location. Both PDFs will be uploaded. If you have been examining the PDFs of the previous batch, also you will get to see the last two PDFs are TDS raw copy, TDS class copy. And the same two PDFs will be given to you as well so that you can quickly revise your TDS chapter from that place. Are we very clear? Now, I directly want to come to first the concept of TDS, then we will talk about the exam oriented study of TDS. What exactly is TDS? This is not the first time I am discussing, but before today, whenever and wherever I am discussing, when I say that I will be doing the chapter from the final PDF, does not mean that I am not going to write a single word. There are certain things which require explanation. I will write on the notepad, and notepad also converted into PDF is available on daily basis now. But whatever is not to be written, only that time we are saving. If I be a little smarter here, I can handpick about 6-7 sections of the chapter out of 25-30 approximately. I can handpick those 6-7 sections because whatever limited weightage it comes also, questions come from those selected sections. So believe me that way, if you don't revise the full chapter and you properly study only those 6-7 sections also, you are ready for those 2 to 5 marks. But let's not skip anything. Let's only skip the writing timing with which I get the luxury of doing the full thing at the minimum possible time. And believe me, I could have done your entire syllabus like that. All I have to do is remove the irrelevant part from the book because everything which is in your syllabus is also in CA final. So all the data is there in the final copy. But full syllabus, it does not make sense because there is weightage of certain chapters. So wherever there is no weightage, we will have to do like this. And I want your base to be strong. Because I want your base to be strong, let us start with the very small and basic thing. There is a payer, for example, a client, because that is the example in the handwritten book also, which has to make payment to a pay, that is C, which will be your audit fees. Payer is obviously going to make payment to the pay. The agreed payment between payer and pay as per engagement letter, appointment letter of the auditor. I am going to take 1 lakh rupees for doing your audit. The agreed amount is 1 lakh. So how much should the payer pay to the pay? 1 lakh. How much should be the amount paid? 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh. Suddenly the government comes and tells the payer, bro, are you paying him 1 lakh? As per agreement? Yes. Don't pay 1 lakh. Deduct some amount. Example 10,000, and I am purposely taking 10,000 as an example because 10% is the most frequent rate of the chapter. If there are about 25 sections, then 10 plus sections you will get the rate of 10%. Yes, TDS rate ranges from 0.1% to 30. You have 0.1%, you have 1%, 2%, 5%, 10%, 20%, 30%, but highest number of sections the rate is 10. And plus professional fees, if we talk about us multiple times in class also I have said professional fees ka TDS rate is 10%. So effectively the chapter is telling the payer to deduct the tax and release net to the pay. How much? 90,000. Okay. So you client me CA, you client me CA. I client, how much you were supposed to pay me? Now government is coming and telling you what? Don't pay 1 lakh. Pay only. And what is the reaction of the client? Yes! Cash discount. No. The 10,000 that you have not paid, that also you will have to pay. Pay to whom? Government. And government will pay him. So think about it from the payer point of view. Think about it from the payer point of view. What is the expense of the payer? Is the payer still spending 1 lakh? Think about it from the payee point of view. Let's talk about the CA. Payer ka to full 1 lakh is going. Let's talk about the payee. He was supposed to get, the CA was supposed to get how much? But now I have received cash only of loss. No. Am I getting 10,000 also from government? That means, am I also receiving my full income? Expense of payer is income of payee is the gross amount. If I am asking you what is the income of the payer, what is the income of the payee? Answer is 1 lakh. What is expense of the payer? Answer is 1 lakh. Then a big question arises. Ultimately, was this their agreed price? And ultimately, that is only the respective income and expense. Then why are you doing this time pass? Paying him 10,000 through the third party. There are two reasons of having TDS. Every student outside this classroom may be probably knowing what is TDS. But what they probably don't know, why do we need TDS? Two reasons. Reason number one, income tax department also requires working capital. People will deduct TDS of others. For example, your client has deducted 10,000. Like that, hundreds of people will deduct TDS of thousands of people. That means the payer is in custody of this 10,000. And like this, there will be hundreds and thousands of lakhs of transactions across the country where I am deducting TDS of the payee and keeping the money with me. Normally, tax will be paid by this assessee on his income next year in the assessment year. Very few people will come under the scope of advance tax also. But what will be the problem? Supposingly this payment was made on 1st of April. That means payee has earned income in April. And now government will get tax next year. The moment a new month starts, for example May, government has to pay rent of its offices, electricity bills, traveling cost of the search and seizure team. Just imagine income tax department ka team has come to conduct a search, a raid as the illiterate people call it. How will they come? Local train. Huh? They will stop the ST bus, government bus. Bola, hey, we have seized cash. Change the route of the bus. First take income tax office, then take the passengers. Right? So their cars ka fuel, car ka driver, all those salaries. The officers ka salaries, a very big cost. Do we have to pay all these expenses on a month-on-month basis? So we can't wait for the assessment year. We need working capital. What will happen is countrywide TDS collections. So on 1st April, client has kept the money with him as a custodian. By the 7th of the next month, you have to deposit TDS. For example, now if hopefully I get my payment. So it will be 10% TDS. TDS deducted. Abhi Feb mein to I doubt if I will get. So supposingly Feb month I get payment. So TDS has been deducted by the class in the month of Feb. By 7th of March, they have to pay this month. Just before your batch, I completed a batch in December. 13th December, I completed their batch. 17th December, I started with people. Beach mein mera festival. So they deducted my TDS in the month of December. By 7th January, they made payment to the government. Of course, government has to give me credit. But when will credit come? Year will get over. I will calculate my total income. I will calculate my total tax. In that, government has to adjust. If there is nothing, they have to give me refund at that time. But right now, though, they got money, no. So right now, they have cash to meet their expenses. The working capital money will be given every month. By the 7th, government will get TDS money. Because payers' duty is after deducting 7th of next month, you have to deposit TDS money. Whether you pay someone on 1st or 30th, the TDS deducted has to be paid to the government by the 7th of next month. That means countrywide tax collections will come by the 7th of every month. And maybe by the 10th or 15th, you can pay all your expenses, maintain your working capital. Year end, you have to give credit to the pays that we will see. Some pays will have Payables also no asset tax, but TDS is less than liability. And some pays will have refundables, so we will adjust the tax collection. No problem. Working capital is one reason. Second reason. When you give someone income in cash, is there scope of that person not declaring it? Supposingly, you give my audit fees in cash. Is it possible I don't declare? Fantastic. Supposingly, you pay me through check. I still don't declare. Bank account debit to capital account. Actually, this income, now if I talk about PGBP perspective, income not credited to PN, but taxable. Not credited and taxable, add. But I'm not showing it only. Officer cannot come and check my accounts daily or every entry of my passbook. There is some income that I have received in check and I am not showing. Not showing cash income has become old fashioned. We will not show. You look at, we call it thug life. I am not showing check income. But now I will not get my full income. I will not get my 1 lakh. I will get only 90. Will I get my 10 also? What do I have to do? Go and tell the government, sir, give my 10. Will the government give my 10? Yes, as adjustment against my tax liability. So if there is liability, minus it. And if there is no liability, then refund it. Will I get it back? I will have to go and tell the government, yes, sir, 10,000. Government is like, which 10,000? Sir, on that 1 lakh, I had TDS of, oh, 1 lakh. So first add that 1 lakh in your income. They will ask me, in which head of income you have reported this 1 lakh. If it was rent, then house property. If it was professional fees, then PGBP. If it was dividend, then IFOS, multiple payments attached. You have declared this 1 lakh, take credit. You don't declare this 1 lakh, you won't get credit. To get credit of TDS, you have to first declare that income. Tada! Is the second reason. Two reasons for having TDS in income tax. Reason one, working capital of the government every month, 7th they will get TDS money. Reason two, you will have to now declare your incomes. Is that clear? Why TDS? Because this was the answer to the question, sir, whether with TDS or without TDS. Tell me one thing. What is expense of the client? So without TDS also it was 1 lakh, with TDS also it is 1 lakh only. What is income of the CA? Say, why are you doing time pass? You understand the two reasons of TDS? Very well, you understand the two reasons of TDS? Fantastic, we are not done. We are not done. Now comes another question. Sir, in this case, is there 10% TDS? So on 1 lakh, how much has client deducted? 10,000. Paid to the government and I get it back from the government. You understood the purpose and the objective of TDS. So we not just know what is TDS. TDS is something that payer will deduct because payer is the, if you don't understand, payer is the source. Source of income for the pay. And therefore we call it tax deducted by the source. Tax deducted at the source. You understand? You understand? How much was the rate of TDS in professional fees? 10%. Sir, there is confusion now. First question was, sir, why we need TDS? Now we have the answer. Second, there is one confusion. Sir, you taught us slab rate 0, 5, 20, 30. Now you are saying there is TDS rate 0.1 also, 1 also, 2, 5, 10, 20, some section 30. Sir, I am getting confused. Sir, slab rate will be applicable when? And this rate will be applicable then. You got to understand this also. The TDS rate is not the tax rate. Please understand. Tax rate will be on your NTTI, all inclusive NTTI at year end. When I say year end, matlab in your assessment year. Old regime, new regime, whatever you are comfortable with. I taught you 3 chapters on this: tax rates, relief, and AMT. TDS will come on your individual transaction amount. This is one thing that you need to understand. Because you have to report that transaction to get that credit. Please understand. In this example, how much was the client fees? 1 lakh. 1 lakh fees paid to the CA. Is this 1 lakh a part of CA's income? Yes. Is this 1 lakh the only income or the only transaction of the CA or the client? No. Is it possible that this CA, like this 1 lakh, has got 100 other clients? So the total collection of the CA is 1 lakh into 100, 1 crore. Everyone pay attention. This is still the total collection. This is not his NTTI. On this total collection, you understood the total collection? 1 lakh into 100, assuming 100 clients. From 1 crore, we will subtract his expenses, assuming that he is taking presumptive taxation. No, but presumptive is not going to be allowed. Professionals may it is after, not allowed after 75 lakh. So supposingly he is not allowed presumptive, actual expenses, 40 lakh rupees ka actual expense. Then what is the net profit of the CA in PGBP? 60 lakh rupees. In this 60 lakh, you will add other heads of income. For example, house property, there can be only one SOP, it is a loss. There can be some capital gains, there can be some other sources that will be added in this 60 lakh. With this, you get NTTI of 72 lakh rupees. Now this CA will calculate this tax on 72 lakh rupees. 62 lakh into 30% plus 1 lakh 12,500 plus 10% surcharge. Why? More than 50 plus 4% cess is going to give you your liability. Correct? This is my liability. Now I have 100 transactions of 1 lakh. All those clients must have deducted 10%. That means on 1 crore I have TDS of 10 lakh. Against this liability, I will adjust this TDS. TDS will come on individual transaction. That transaction by transaction rate can change. So tax will be calculated on total income and TDS will come on individual transaction. Tax I will calculate at the end of the year on my total income, total liability, and individual transactions, different transaction, different TDS. Is it possible I have earned rent also? Rent ka TDS may be something else. I have earned commission also. That is something else. In income, I will include all those incomes in the respective heads. But TDS I will have on every transaction. One by one, I will offer those transactions here and claim their TDS here. Finally, the total tax liability minus the total TDS will become my final payable or refundable. If it is refundable, so I just have to claim the refund by filing return. In return, I will show my total tax and total TDS. If it is payable, now listen to this also. If the payable is 10,000 or more, then other than the TDS, I should also pay advance tax. If it is less than 10,000, maybe I can pay only self-assessment tax. And if it is negative, so I don't have to pay anything, I will get refund. I fall in a case where, always see, supposingly multiple classes paying me, but that payment is only my receipt. Every transaction is attracting TDS. But there may not be tax liability because on that, after receipts, I will take total of receipts. Then I take my deduction of expense. Then I get PGBP. I get other heads to GTI. I have chapter 6A because I am in old regime. My NTTI I calculate my normal tax. Then I adjust all the TDS, which usually turns out to be higher than whatever is my liability, making me eligible for a refund every year. TDS rate and tax rate are not the same. You have to be very, very clear, and you have to be also clear on this, that TDS comes only on selected transactions. TDS comes only on selected transactions. Every transaction will not attract TDS. Every transaction where one person is payer, other is pay. You understand? This was only an example. Client and CA. Ultimately, the rule is payer and paying. No. Yes or no? So, do you realize that every payer pay relation? Okay. Any person who traveled by public transport, any person who has made payment to anybody today since morning, made payment to anyone since morning, किसको क्या बोलते हैं? Train का ticket. From your home, you have traveled here. How much was the train ticket that you paid? You paid or you took the ticket and ran away from the window? You are Chandu. I can't trust you, so I'm confirmed. 10 rupees हो गया. The other two Channi को. अच्छा return. हाँ, I was. Bro, I have not sat in Mumbai local train since 2016. I will complete. क्या हुआ? I am not sat, bro. 2010, I used to go everywhere walking because I used to save bike ka petrol ka money. Those were the days where I had to save that much. I had a bike, but I was using it only in extreme emergencies. if she used to say, let's go somewhere. Extreme emergency, where you can't say no. उसमें भी बाइक्स में तो होता है that is full petrol and then suddenly it comes in reserve, so you have to change the knob, go. So I used to make sure that it is little more than reserve, otherwise it will be very awkward. But with the grace of God, with lots of hard work and the CA degree, 2016 के बाद I have not sat in local train. But I thought it was too high. But return ticket, so there has not been much change in so many years. So when you paid 10 rupees, were you payer and the train wala guy pay? You deducted TDS or no? No. Acha, Chandu is like, sir, today you have taught TDS, no? From tomorrow I will deduct. I did not know there is TDS, so why I will deduct TDS? Now you know, Chandu. So tomorrow when you are giving 10 rupees, don't deduct TDS, otherwise he will come out of the counter. नहीं, टिकट तो देगा ही नहीं. He will give you everything other than the ticket. Oh. Don't react like that. नहीं, मतलब bad words, fighting. हाँ. I recently saw a video where a local train at a station, a young college boy comes in, first coach where the motorman, where that guy who is driving the train, you can say, is sitting and is asking that train guy, uncle, ये train किधर जाएगा? So he said, where do you want to go? Say, actually, I don't want to go anywhere. I want one ride. I want to see how to drive a train. बोला ये पागल है क्या? He is like, no, my younger brother has that small toy train. I have practiced at home. So I want one. And then there are a few things which that motorman says, which I can't say in class. Chandu, same thing will happen to you. If you tell that guy, I will deduct TDS. Because TDS is not applicable on every transaction. You buy a sandwich, you buy a cup of tea, everywhere you go, don't say TDS. TDS is applicable only on selected transactions. Transactions like interest, royalty, rent, professional fees, salary. Selected transactions attract TDS. All transactions do not attract TDS. Let's be clear. Very, very clear. Selected transactions will attract TDS. That also if that payment is taxable in India. That also if that payment is taxable in India. Supposingly interest. Interest attracts TDS. But provided the interest is taxable in India. Supposingly one non-resident is paying another non-resident outside India. So that interest is not taxable in India. We can't deduct TDS. Supposingly, who won elections? Donald Trump. So Donald Trump wanted to fight elections. Supposingly he borrowed funds from his predecessor, say George Bush. So will he pay interest to George Bush? For fighting elections he has taken loan. So will he pay interest? So what, he will deduct TDS of George Bush? Obviously no, because the income has to be taxable in India. Selected transaction only if it is taxable in India. Only if it crosses the monetary limit given in the section. Only if it crosses the monetary limit given in the section. Example I will give you. Professional fees. Where the rule is that TDS will come only if you are getting more than rupees 30,000 per annum. Supposingly a coaching class. You think I will be getting more than 30,000 for completing your Assume I do. More than 3 lakhs. The question is now no longer about how much will I get. The question is, remove the words how much. The question is no more how much will I get, how much will I get, only remove how much. Supposingly I am getting more than 30,000, then only there will be TDS. Supposingly a college calls me for a one-time assignment. 1 hour ka assignment, 25,000 rupees. I don't go at that price even for a 1 hour seminar, but sometimes the reference, the contact through which an organization has approached. You can't say no to some people who have been good to you in your career. So say 25,000 they have given me. They won't deduct TDS. If they give 25,000, they won't deduct TDS. Sir, that income is taxable for me. See, 1 rupee also I get is taxable. But for TDS to come, there has to be some reasonable amount that is being crossed. So TDS will come only after the monetary limit is exceeded. So be clear. Listen. If the transaction does not cross the monetary limit, there may not be TDS. But is it still going to be taxable for the receiver? Yes. TDS will come only if the transaction is taxable in India, only if it crosses the monetary limit, which teaches us a very, very important rule. Very, very important rule. Therefore, if there is any income which is exempt income, so definitely on that income there will be no TDS. Guaranteed. Guaranteed there may be no TDS. There will be no TDS. But if there is an income which is taxable income, it is not necessary that every taxable income will have TDS. It may be an income which is taxable, but still there may not be TDS. Reason one, it is not covered only in the chapter. For example, your train ticket, your sandwich or your tea wala. Reason two, it is not crossing. For example, somebody giving me 25,000 rupees, is that still taxable for me? Hello, but TDS will not come. Do you understand? Yes, TDS guaranteed. Hello, sorry. Exempt income guaranteed, no TDS. But taxable income, no guarantee that there will be TDS. There may or may not be. So listen, an income is taxable or exempt, you go and check exempt income chapter. But will that income attract TDS or not attract TDS? You come and check this chapter, where one statement is very clear: exempt income will not attract TDS. Is that clear? Last part that I want to do today, that here all the duties of TDS chapter will be on the payer. Please understand. In this example, payer was paying how much? 1 lakh. But the law says don't pay 1 lakh. Do what? Give only 90. That means what is the first duty of the payer? Deduct. Then what to do with that 10,000 every morning agarbatti? No? Remit to the government. Which you don't have to do on a daily basis. I already told you, monthly, 7th of next month. After you give money, 10,000 to the government, obviously government knows no, whose money this is. Okay, 10,000 pe you'll write name and give Sonam Gupta Bevafai, Shivam Gupta Bevafai. There is no name written on money, no. There is no name written on money. You will have to file something called a TDS return, in which you will write details of your pay. Please pay attention. Dear government, I have given you 10,000. So government has to return this money to someone as credit. Who is that pay? I will have to fill a form and give that detail. This payment work I have to do monthly. I told you already. 7th of the next month. This has to be done quarterly. Means listen, April ka TDS as a payer I will pay by 7th May. May ka TDS I will pay on 7th June. June TDS I will pay on 7th July. Have I made 3 payments to the government? All the payments that I have made to the government should give credit to someone. Who is that someone? On 31st July, I will file a return. I will give details of all my transactions during the quarter. How much TDS I deducted, how much I have paid to the government, which will match the total of the 3 payments. With that, government will come to know how much credit has to be given to which pay. My own income tax return I file once in a year, but TDS return I have to file quarterly, and I have to also give a TDS certificate to the pay. As a pay, think about it. Have you received 10,000 less? On the understanding that you will get credit. So you want proof, no? I will give you a certificate which will work as a proof so that you can go and claim credit from the government. Whose income? Pay. Whose tax? Pay. But all the duties are put on the payer. Is that understood? And also understood how we are going to approach this chapter? I told you everything I will do from here. But do you realize now? What is my handwritten book? Check karo. First is the example. Second is the gross amount. payer is responsible for doing everything, only on selected payment, only if it exceeds monetary limit. Do you see all this? So basically it is all this only. But then we are going to save the writing wala time. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, next two lectures, tomorrow 12 to 4, Friday 12 to 4:30, and we get done with our syllabus. Okay, you can cry on Friday. I will give you extra time. आज रोना है, Friday को. Okay.